A mixed bag for English sides in the Champions League last night. Chelsea beat Benfica, Spurs drew at Bodo Glimt, and Liverpool lost at Galatasaray tonight at 8. Arsenal and Man City are in action, but at 5:45 our attention is on Newcastle, who are searching for their first points of the Champions League campaign, and there's live commentary right here on TalkSport 2.
Koundé, left-footed ball, Rashford, 1-0 Barcelona, exit, and then has pinged one in off the underside of the bar. That is Marcus Rashford rolling back the years.
So Newcastle now have got 7 more bites at the cherry to get the 9 or so points they need to go through in the top 24 out of the top 36 teams.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think this new format suits us.
The new era begins at Newcastle. It's Nick Voltemade with a header at the far post.
I think he started very strongly in what's been a difficult period for him, but transfer fee for me is absolutely irrelevant.
You know, Newcastle have quality, but they still have a lot to learn.
Go out there, enjoy the experience, get used to it, because it should be year on year now.
Winning is the be-all and end-all, and it has never been lost on me as manager. You can play as well as you want, but you have to try and win.
Arsenal host Olympiacos, Man City go to Monaco at 8, but before that Newcastle will be aiming to record their first victory of their Champions League campaign when they take on Union Saint-Gilloise at 5:45. The Magpies suffered a 2-1 home defeat to Barcelona in their opening match of the competition, while the Belgian outfit picked up an impressive 3-1 win away to PSV. Union SG, the reigning Belgian champions, and they come into this match off the back of 5 straight wins in all competitions. They are playing in the league group phase stage of the Champions League for the first time ever. As for Newcastle, the Magpies enter the match this evening off the back of that last gasp 2-1 defeat against Arsenal in the Premier League. There is live commentary then of the game right here on TalkSport 2. 5:45 kickoff with the former England striker Dean Ashton and your match commentator with the team news. A very good evening to Ian Dancer.
Evening to you, Sam. Well, Newcastle, after that last gas defeat that you mentioned against the Gunners on Sunday, have been forced into one change. They've made 2 in all, but Tino Livramento is going to be out for between 6 to 8 weeks with a knee injury. Kieran Trippier is a natural replacement at right back for him. The other change sees Anthony Elanga preferred to Jacob Murphy in the front 3 for Newcastle. Here's how the Magpies line up. Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Malik Thiaw, Sven Botman and Dan Burn in a back 4 from right to left. Then Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton as the midfield 3. Anthony Elanga and Anthony Gordon flanking Nick Voltemade in attack. 2 goalkeepers on the bench, Ramsdale and Thompson, as well as Hall, Scher, Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Willock and Miley. As for Union Saint-Gilloise, they won impressively at PSV 3-1 in their first ever Champions League encounter. They make one change from that game. Rasmussen drops to the bench. Van der Perre comes in to midfield. They play a 4-3-3 as well by the looks of things. Kjell Scherpen is the goalkeeper. Anand Kailalili is the right back. Kevin McAllister, who is the older brother of Alexis McAllister at Liverpool at centre half. Christian Burgess, familiar to TalkSport 2 listeners after his long spell at Portsmouth and also spells at Peterborough and Middlesbrough. Federlayson is the left back in the back 4. Anwar El Hajj, Adam Zorgan and Camille van der Perre are the midfield 3. Kevin Rodriguez, Promise David and Usainu Niang are the front 3 for Saint-Gilloise. And amongst the substitutes, another former EFL player, Ross Sykes, who came to Union Saint-Gilloise a few years ago from Accrington Stanley. He's a boyhood Newcastle fan. He will be desperate to get a piece of the action at some stage. He's amongst the substitutes, Sam, for Union Saint-Gilloise against Newcastle United.
Cheers, Dan. I'm surprised you still got your voice after that 100th minute equaliser for Birmingham City last night, Dan. It's limbs,
I was busy doing Galatasaray Liverpool. I had other things on my mind until I saw that the goal went in. There was a silent fist pump that Stuart Pearce will have noticed alongside me on commentary, but Dean Ashton's lucky he doesn't have to deal with any of that nonsense from me tonight.
There'll be no fist pumps coming our way this evening, Dean. Dean, how are you?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, Pearcey will deal with them better than I ever would. That's for sure.
You don't want to fake fist pump Stuart Pearce, do you? You're a braver man than me, Dan.
Absolutely. Look, I think it's an interesting game, this, and I'm pretty sure plenty of Newcastle fans looking at this fixture will feel a bit nervy, just because of, first of all, the performance from the opposition last time out against PSV was excellent. The fact that they're Belgian champions, this isn't going to be an easy fixture, even though obviously lots of fans and won't know a lot about them.
Dean, looking at the Newcastle team, do you think on paper, when everyone's fit, this is Newcastle's best front three? Elanga, Voltemade, Gordon. We know that Gordon's been suspended, so Harvey Barnes has come from the left, Jacob Murphy's come from the right. But do you think Elanga, Voltemade, Gordon is the best front three for Eddie Howe?
I think at their best it is, but they've not been at their best. I think Voltemade has started extremely well, considering his age, the change of leagues, and getting used to his new teammates, and the price tag, of course, which is always going to play a big part for any player coming to a new team. I think the wide players haven't been anywhere near as good as we would have expected. The chaos that they can cause at times when Gordon and Elanga are at their best, I think we're yet to see this season. Hence why Murphy's played, who was brilliant last season, and Barnes when he came in. No one's yet to go, this is absolutely my spot, I deserve to start every game because I'm producing the goods, assists, goals. They've struggled so far at the start of this season.
Yeah, just one win so far for Newcastle, 15th in the Premier League table, 6 points on the board. They lost their first game in the Champions League to Barcelona at home. Let's then hear, shall we, from the Newcastle manager. Here's Eddie Howe.
Winning is the be-all and end-all, and it has never been lost to me as manager. You can play as well as you want, but you have to try and win, and you have to try and find a way to win in all types of performance, and we've done that well for the last few years. And I think in terms of our Champions League campaign, it is important that we do that very, very quickly, otherwise we're going to leave ourselves too far to come, and it'll be the same in the Premier League. So I think the players know that. They're not inexperienced. They've got a really experienced group that have been through a lot together, and we know that the ultimate thing that we're judged on is how many points we get.
Christian Burgess, the centre-half for Union Saint-Gilloise, once of Portsmouth, represented Portsmouth with great distinction. It's a lovely story, Dean Ashton, for him alone, isn't it? We don't have enough stories of English footballers thinking, no, I need to, broaden my horizons, try something brand new, and, took the plunge, went to Saint-Gilloise, and he's been part of this extraordinary journey they've been on since he came in and Tony Bloom took control of the club.
Oh, he has. It is incredible what he's now doing, leading his team out in the Champions League. Like you said, taking that risk, going somewhere different, and making his way. Interesting, isn't it, that obviously Tony Bloom is part of the ownership, as well as Brighton, where Dan Burn was very similar. They picked him up and made him almost into, he's done it himself, but made him into this Champions League player. So I'm sure there'll be a little nod between the two, Burn and Burgess, this evening.
And we shouldn't forget Ross Sykes, who's on the bench as well for Saint-Gilloise, who's a former Accrington Stanley centre-half, but a boyhood Newcastle fan who was pictured going absolutely nuts when the draw was made, and he knew that Newcastle were coming to play his team in his hometown of Brussels. South and west of Brussels Central is the Anderlecht Lotto Park Stadium, and the aforementioned Christian Burgess just doing the pennant swap on the halfway line with Bruno Guimaraes, and Urs Schneider, our Swiss referee, sorting out the coin toss. So we've got 3 Champions League games for you tonight across the TalkSport network. At 8 o'clock, you've got a choice of listening between Arsenal Olympiacos on TalkSport from the Emirates, or AS Monaco against Manchester City here on TalkSport 2. And at half-time, we'll have a chat with Adam Bridge, our commentator for that game at the Stade Louis II, and we'll also check in with a couple of our EFL Championship reporters, because there are some Championship games tonight after the slew of Championship games last night. And what I've seen already, I've seen about 3 different potential ways that Union Saint-Gilloise could line up here. 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3, and I've just seen the 3-4-1-2 as well, Dean Ashton. So I think you and me have got our work cut out in these first couple of minutes, getting a bead on exactly what they're using here, how they're using their players.
Yeah, I think obviously there's a few that can switch around. Niang can play as a as a wing back.
Yes.
Kalalili can also do the same and get forwards, and El Hadj can move into a 10 position. So they've got players that are adaptable, but I would go with, stick my neck out and say they're going to match Newcastle up 4-3-3 and see who can win their battles individually.
Now, the manager of Union Saint-Gilloise is Sébastien Pocognoli, who once played for West Bromwich Albion and Brighton and Albion, finished his career at Saint-Gilloise as a player before becoming coach, and we are underway on TalkSport 2. Newcastle wearing the black and white striped shirts, but white shorts and socks this evening, taking on Saint-Gilloise, who are wearing their traditional yellow and blue, a little bit Oxford United-esque, I would say, Saint-Gilloise. Ball's played down the Newcastle right for Alanga, tucks it in field for Guimaraes, up to Voltemada with his back to goal at the edge of the area, but he's dispossessed, and away it's brought by Anwar El Hadj, who just lofts it downfield, asking Kevin Rodriguez to give chase, but he's beaten to the ball by Sven Botman. He's just caught off the ball, but the referee says play on because Newcastle have kept possession and Malik Thiaw has it. 0-0.
Yeah, and I've just wound my neck right in. It is a back five, especially out of possession. That course can change once they get the ball, but it very much looks like a back three with the wing backs, two holding midfielders, and then El Hadj behind the two front players for Union SG.
Oh, Joe Linton's just clattered into El Khalili on the Saint-Gilloise right. So a free kick to the Belgian champions. Yeah, just caught the right calf of Khalili on the right-hand side. So this is level with the 18-yard line pretty much, Dean, and a good early test of Newcastle's defensive capabilities here.
It is, but, I mean, they've got the height. Absolute giant of a team, Newcastle now.
Well, El Hadj is going to take the free kick, a right-footed delivery into the box from the right-hand side, so swinging it away from Pope, who made some extraordinary saves on Sunday against Arsenal. It's actually played short, out to the edge of the area. Van der Perre gives it back to El Hadj. He thinks about tossing it back into the box. He does now, left-footed to the far post. Up go the heads. It actually dropped onto the head of the left-back, Layson, but Newcastle managed to get it half clear. Back it goes, and Promise David, the Canadian striker, trying to make a nuisance of himself in the box, and Trippier ends up clearing it out of play for a throw and looks across at his defenders with a bit of a glare, does Kieran Trippier. Couple gone, 0-0.
Yeah, it was well done by Union SG in terms of just keeping that alive and really putting the pressure on as soon as that ball was headed out to make sure they won that second ball and keep that pressure. Just fed that back in. It was Botman and then eventually Trippier that got it away. But I think the setup, certainly from the home team, gives that respect to Newcastle for sure.
That's Burgess who sent the ball forward, and then they tried to get one of the two front men through, Kevin Rodriguez, but it was just too far ahead of him. But Rodriguez and Promise David, the Ecuadorian and the Canadian, will be lively for Thiaw and Botman to deal with. Ball's out of play for a throw to Newcastle on the left-hand side, inside their own half. 3 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 0. Three more English sides in action in the Champions League tonight after mixed fortunes for the three that played yesterday. Ball's in the middle of midfield and worked back to the edge of the penalty area, driven forward by Layson, but straight into Newcastle's path, and it's worked out to Alanga on the right wing. Thinks about an early cross, but plays it in field to Guimaraes. Then it'll drop for Sandro Tonali, just outside the area. Laid back to Alanga at the edge of the box. He tried to drive, and it was blocked by Van der Perre. And in the end, Union SG smuggle it clear down the left-hand side, but claims that Rodriguez was being held by Thiaw, but the referee saw nothing wrong with that, and we play on at 0-0.
Oh, but didn't they work that puzzle out beautifully, Newcastle, there? Just the interchanging of positions and the timing of the runs as he went in towards Tonali, back to Guimaraes, then fed towards Anthony Alanga, who had just made a lovely little run on the inside and really well blocked his strike. Voltemada loses it again. He's made a sloppy start. It's the first three things he's done, Voltemada, that have all been poor.
Well, if your lad's watching this and they're still calling him Volta Messi, then he won't be enjoying that particular opening for Newcastle's new striker. Now, Promise David actually forces Sven Botman to concede a corner. He was trying to hook the ball over his head, and just hit it against himself. Botman goes out of play for a first corner of the game to the Belgian champions, 0-0.
Yeah, he's complaining to the referee because he feels as if he had a shove. Well, yes, you did. He's not going to make it easy for you. It was just a poor clearance then. He just cleared it into his own forehead and out for a corner. But that's, I think, what they want. They want to try and isolate Botman and Thior against Rodriguez and David and really test them in behind.
Let's see what El Hadj can conjure up from this right wing corner for the Belgians. Up it goes into the area. Burgess was there and headed over the top by Rodriguez at the far post. There were plenty in there in the yellow and blue shirts, and Rodriguez thumps the turf in frustration. He feels he should have done better with that header. Pope had it covered. Goal kick Newcastle, 0-0.
Yeah, Lacey it was who just got his head on it first, and then Trippier, I think, just does enough to put Rodriguez off. He almost jumps into him on the 6-yard line just to make sure that he was worried about the contact, and then just took his eye off it slightly, couldn't head it downwards.
Free header on halfway for Van der Perre, flicked on by Rodriguez. David trying to make a nuisance of himself. It's Botman who just heads the ball up in the air. But well done, Bruno Guimaraes very calmly heads the ball back with a looping header to his keeper, Nick Pope. So 6 minutes gone in Brussels. It is Union SG 0, Newcastle 0. The stadium holds about 21,000. It's not quite full. Union SG's home stadium only holds about, I would say, 9,000 spectators. Not compatible with Champions League, that's why they moved their home games here for their first ever Champions League campaign. Niang very strongly in on Elanga. The ball went out of play for a throw. No free kick, says the referee. So Trippier preparing to take this throw. Midway point of the Union SG half, down the Newcastle right. Voltemada holding at the edge of the area. Elanga is there short, receives the throw now, flicks it infield neatly to Tonali, across to Joe Linton, tried to thread it through the eye of a needle to Voltemada, but Burgess intercepted for Union SG. Tonali picks it up now, inside right channel, into Bruno Guimaraes, tries to play a 1-2 with Joe Linton, then tried to improvise a back flick to get Voltemada in, and a punch from the goalkeeper Sherpen when he could have caught it on his 6-yard line, and Newcastle have it back. Here is Gordon playing it across to Trippier, inside right position, swirls across it, too deep for even the giant Voltemada, but Gordon will go and retrieve on the far right hand side, and he will win a throw on that right hand side of Kalaili. It is Union SG 0, Newcastle 0.
It is incredibly tight, of course, in front of that back three and two midfielders in front of them. But they worked it again really well, Newcastle, into that position to take a strike, blocked again, decent cross in, build a bit of momentum.
Get a long throw in as well, that's what Dan Burn's about to do for Newcastle, launches it from the left-hand side into the near post, headed away by McAllister, and then Rodriguez drifts out towards the right-hand side in his own defensive third and whacks the ball against Dan Burn and wins a throw for the Belgians. 8 minutes gone. On TalkSport 2, Union SG 0, Newcastle 0. They've won 5 of their last 7 European matches, have the Belgians. Remember, they kicked off in the Champions League with a very impressive 3-1 win at PSV Eindhoven, and they're unbeaten in 7 at home in the group stage of UEFA competitions, though in the last 2 seasons that's been in the Europa League, not the Champions League. But it all counts to that European experience. McAllister throws it in, flicked on by Rodriguez, but it won't reach David on halfway. Newcastle have it back. Burn at left back tonight in a traditional 4-3-3 for Newcastle. They just won a free kick there as Gordon was clipped by Van der Perre just inside the Union SG half. Gordon now wearing that black headband that he wears now. His hair's grown the curtains, very much Ian Walker-esque, I would say, that hairstyle of Anthony Gordon. Proper throwback.
One for the teenagers.
Yeah, most definitely. Your lad wouldn't recognise that name.
No, he wouldn't. Again, look, they're sat in a really good shape, Union SG, and as soon as that ball goes in towards the midfield area, they have been fantastic. The intensity to not allow any Newcastle player so far to get the ball and turn. They've had to play 1 and 2 touch. And if it's not perfect, they're able to win the ball back and then try and get it towards their 2 forward players.
That's the thoughts of former England, West Ham and Norwich striker Dean Ashton, alongside me, Ian Danter, here on TalkSport 2, where we've now played nearly 10 minutes in Brussels. 0-0 the score. Newcastle with the ball inside their own half, and it's with Dan Burn, the left back. Guides the ball backwards a square to Botman. Botman plays the ball into the feet of Bruno Guimaraes, who turns and fires the ball up to Voltemade inside his own half. Plays a little 1-2 with Gordon, drifts out to the left-hand side. Voltemade still in his own half, and then is forced to give it back to Burn. What I saw last night, Dean Ashton, from Galatasaray was actually quite similar. The intensity, the desire to hunt in packs, to not let Newcastle settle on the ball, was very impressive, and it seems like the Belgians are doing just that tonight with the Magpies.
Again, they've just happened again, and they've won the ball back. It's that timing, isn't it? It's not 1s and 2s going, it's waiting for the ball to go in a certain area, and then as a pack you can go and try and win that ball back and make it difficult, and they've done a pretty good job so far against Newcastle.
There is one other Champions League game that's underway at this time, Karabakh against FC Copenhagen, and Arsenal and Manchester City both play at 8. We've got both those games live for you tonight across the TalkSport network, and then you can react to all the action on the Sports Bar with Jamie and Jason on TalkSport from 10 o'clock tonight. Oh, a heavy challenge from Burgess on Voltemade there, gives Newcastle a free kick, the midway point of the Belgian half of the field. Burgess did try to play the ball, not the man, but caught Voltemade first. Free kick.
Yeah, he just tried to wrap his foot around, didn't he, to get the touch. Voltemade, with his control with the outside of his right foot, was able just to swivel away and take the challenge.
So Tonali will have the free kick for Newcastle. It's out to the left-hand side, not quite at the midway point of the Union half, but the Belgian defence are holding their line at the edge of the 18-yard box. A number of Newcastle players looking to make that run now. It's whipped by Tonali, and it's headed behind for a corner kick. It was I think Layson, the left-sided centre-half, that got the final touch. So Tonali coming across to take this corner for Newcastle at 0-0.
Terrific delivery, though. Really, I know it was deep, but really whipped in into that area to make it difficult for any defender.
And Tonali now spotting the ball down in the corner where the Newcastle travelling contingent are making. They're the ones you can hear behind our commentary, the Newcastle fans, in fairness to them. Plenty of noise from the Toon Army that have travelled. Here comes the corner from Tonali into the near post, cleared out as far as Elanga. Still got Tonali with him out on the right hand side for Newcastle. Elanga receives it from Tonali, getting close to the corner flag, gives it back to Tonali, swirling cross, and the goalkeeper Shervin again elects to punch clear. It came for Joelinton, who tried to improvise a shot on the half volley outside the area but got it all wrong, and it's a goal kick to Union SG, 0-0.
Well, I thought this was positive goalkeeping from Sherpen to come, especially when Newcastle have got that height to come and punch. It's just Joelinton's first touch was so good on the edge of the area. He just thought, I'll swivel and volley this towards goal, but the half volley just poorly timed and over the top.
Works infield for Newcastle, looking for Voltemade, but Layson just drives it downfield. You're listening to Union Saint-Gilloise versus Newcastle in the Champions League, live on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Dan Burn, Newcastle's left back, out to the left-hand side for Anthony Gordon, looking to get past El Khaili. Did so, but across came McAllister with a no-nonsense clearance out of play for a Newcastle throw. Eddie Howe looking on with Newcastle only one win in their last 11 away European games, but only on the other side of the cone, only 4 defeats in 17 trips away. So their away form isn't shambolic, but it does need to improve. Another long throw coming in from Dan Burn from the left-hand side. All bounced on the 6-yard line, and Layson saw it late and can only turn it behind for another corner kick to Newcastle. 0-0 on 14 minutes.
Well, it's the trend. It's back, and it's always been a threat. I don't know why it went away. If you've got somebody that can throw it in like that, with the trajectory that it was there from Dan Burn, and everybody missed it, and the defender didn't know where that was going to go. Went behind for a corner in the end.
To be taken on the left-hand side for Newcastle, so it will be a right-footed in-swinger. Burn and Voltemade very close to the goalkeeper shirt, but Tonali again to take it. Gordon standing on the 18-yard line, but it's whipped in by Tonali. Voltemade, he was at the near post and couldn't get the touch, but it came out off Burgess for a corner kick, and Voltemade will be kicking himself. He didn't get proper contact on that header.
I just feel as if he must have got a shout from Thiaw, who was behind him and probably had a better angle towards the header, and I think they got in the way of each other, shoulder to shoulder, Thiaw and Voltemade, and neither of them got the contact.
Tonali to try again with another corner, into the near post again, headed strongly clear, this time at the back by El Khalili, and out of play it goes for a throw given to Newcastle. The home fans thought that was theirs, but Newcastle have worked it back into their own half for the two centre-halves, Botman and Thiaw. He floats it across to Burn inside his own half. We played a quarter of an hour on TalkSport 2. USG 0, Newcastle 0. Voltemade caught by Burgess again, but the referee waves play on. No, he's actually brought it back because Trippier said, are you playing an advantage or not? And in the end, the referee said free kick. Now Elanga, is he going to have a run against Niang down the right-hand side? He is. Whips in a lovely cross. It's cleared away. Tonali at the edge of the area, drives it in, and via a deflection, Newcastle take the lead. Sandro Tonali chanced his arm from the edge of the area. A deflection wrong foot of the goalkeeper after Elanga's cross had caused problems in the Union SG back line, and Newcastle have the lead just after the quarter-hour mark. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 1.
Oh, what a wonderful cross this is from Elanga. Really whipped in, so difficult for defenders. Voltemade, though, he's not claiming it enough. It's his goal. It's Tonali that comes in, volleys it towards goal, but it just inadvertently hits Voltemade. He just sticks out a foot and it just flicks off him. I think it might then hit off the defender as well, McAllister. But I'm sure he'll try and claim something. But Tonali's the one with the volley, and absolutely nothing Sherpan could do with that deflection. It's just whether it hits Voltemade or McAllister to wrong foot the goalkeeper.
Well, if it has hit Voltemade, there's no way he's letting Tonali claim that. He wants the goal tally to increase for him as much as it possibly can, but it's all semantics. It's 1-0 to Newcastle United.
Well, he needs to learn how to act, because he didn't act like it had hit him enough. Whether it did or not, we'll wait to see.
Well, now he's released Anthony Gordon as Newcastle come forward again. Steps inside Van der Perre. Now Voltemade has it 30 yards out. Flicks it to his right for Tonali. He might have another go for goal here, the Italian, but no, he plays it to his immediate right for Bruno Guimaraes. Now Trippier tries to slip in Elanga down the right-hand side, but that's hit too long and too straight for even Elanga to catch, and it goes behind for a Union SG goal kick. So the Toonami are in front inside 20 minutes on TalkSport 2. Just the tonic for Eddie Howe after the massive disappointment of that high-profile fixture against Barcelona did not go Newcastle's way. So 1-0 the score. And the ball's on halfway, and Layson, the left-back, sticks out a long telescopic leg to keep it away from Elanga, but it goes out of play for a throw to Newcastle.
And that's exactly what they would have wanted as well, with a team that's going to sit there and defend and just have their two forwards looking for the counter-attack. To get that extra bit of momentum is perfect.
Nearly 19 minutes gone as listeners from TalkSport join us. Newcastle are in front in Brussels against Union SG. Nick Voltemade got the final touch on a drive from outside the area by Sandro Tonali after a wicked cross from Anthony Elanga down the Newcastle right. Caused consternation in the Union SG defence. Tonali drove it goalwards, and Voltemade got a flick on it and diverted it past the keeper, who was wrong-footed. But Dean Ashton, he didn't make enough of the claim for the goal, did he?
He didn't, so we'll see if he really does get it, or whether Tonali gets it and it was McAllister, the defender, that it ricocheted off. But it was the ball in from Elanga. It was just absolutely brilliant. Really whipped it in with pace, caused the problems. Tonali following as he should do with the volley. And Newcastle have deserved it. They've dominated possession after that first little bit of life from Union SG.
Yeah, Union SG just quickly were sort of ratting around early on and preventing Newcastle getting a string of passes together, but they're just opening up now a little bit, Newcastle, as Voltemade turns and fires it down the right-hand side for Anthony Elanga, who's got the run on Layson for the moment. Whips another cross in at the near post, and it's turned over by Anthony Gordon at that near post.
Brilliant break, Voltemade with the ball out towards Elanga, and this is what you need, just one touch and whipped in, and Anthony Gordon, making his run off the big centre forward, dives towards that near post, and he just doesn't quite get the connection that he wants.
Commentary continues of this Champions League encounter on TalkSport 2, where the scoreline is on 20 minutes. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 1. And the ball's drilled forward, looking for Promise David to make a run through the centre for the Belgians. But again, Newcastle won it back. They're warming to their task here on the Premier League side. Trippier finds Tonali, but he's dispossessed on halfway, and then down goes Niang, somewhat theatrically. Has won a free kick, but no more than that for Union SG, just over halfway. Just went over Kieran Trippier and threw himself down, as players are wont to do nowadays, to accentuate the fall. Here he is again, Niang, picking it up left-hand side and driving in field. Tries to go in between Tonali and Guimaraes. Wanted a foul, and the referee saw nothing wrong with that. And forward comes Anthony Gordon, but just can't take the ball with him. And instead, it's back with the hosts, wearing their yellow and blue first choice colours, Union SG. Kaleli plays it 1-2 down the right-hand side. The right wing back finds McAllister, and now Burgess just flicks the ball into the centre circle for Zorgan. Ball down the middle, finds Niang left-hand side. The cross is diverted behind off Trippier for a corner. He's looking around him at his other defenders again. Kieran Trippier saying, where's the cover? There is a corner for the Belgian champions here, 1-0 Newcastle.
But that is where they should be targeting, down the sides of the centre-back and full-backs of Newcastle United. Trippier and Byrne, neither are the quickest, and they should look to try and expose that area. It was El Hadj that made the run from the 10 position for Union SG to cause those issues, but it was a great ball too.
Adam Zorgan to take the corner kick, right-footed for Union SG. Good delivery to the far post, and it's flicked away by Sandro Tonali for another corner on the far side. Tonali was claiming he didn't get a touch, but it just skimmed off his forehead and went behind. So another corner on the right-hand side now for Union SG.
And again, if you get the delivery right, it does cause problems. It means Pope can't come and punch.
So El Hadj will have the right-footed out-swinging corner this time for Union SG. It's going to land around the penalty spot. McAllister can't climb. Volleyed goals by Layson. Newcastle get it half clear. Driven back in by Zorgan, but straight at Nick Pope. Half a yard either side of the Newcastle keeper. That would have been 1-1.
Yeah, they didn't get the deflection, did they, that Newcastle got as they're now on the break.
Here comes Guimaraes trying to release Elanga down the right-hand side. Voltemade calling for the cross. Elanga's cross goes out on the full. Just couldn't wrap his foot round it enough, and it's a goal kick to Union SG. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? That needs to be tidied up from Elanga. That cross for the goal was stunning. That wasn't at all. Voltemade's had a bit of a go at him, as he should do. It was a great opportunity just to stand one up for the big German, but at the other end, they just didn't get the deflection they needed. Zorgan, you're right, with a great strike, and if it takes a bit more of deflection, Nick Pope's not saving it.
Because he was unsighted, wasn't he, by the forest of Newcastle players in front of him. 1-0 to Newcastle. This game being brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. And plenty more live football to come, not just tonight on TalkSport and TalkSport 2, but right the way through until the weekend. We've got Europa League football tomorrow night and Conference League. We've got Dinamo Kiev against Crystal Palace at 5:45 here on TalkSport 2, as here come Kevin Rodriguez for Union Saint-Gilloise, and he wins a corner off Botman, twisting and turning down the right-hand side of the area and forcing Botman to put it behind. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do, is get the centre-backs into those positions, use the pace and trickery of Rodriguez and David and El Hadj, and in the end just winning another corner.
To be taken by El Hadj from the right-hand side, so an outswinger from him. And it comes to the near post, flicked away by Elanga, comes out to Zorgan again at the edge of the area, left-footed drive this time, and Pope turning behind for another corner. Not quite the venom on the previous strike, but Pope had to make the save.
No, it's a more difficult skill because it was higher, but he got over it, Zorgan. Hit it into the ground with his left foot, shin more like, but still, because it was late being seen by Pope, he did well to get down.
Another El Hadj corner onto the 6-yard line. McAllister rises and can't get over the top of the header. He's not the tallest of centre-halves, McAllister, and he just couldn't get over the top of it. Seeing a replay of Zorgan's latest strike, it might have been sneaking in at the far post. Pope couldn't be sure and had to make the save. And it stays 1-0 to Newcastle, but the Belgian champions just getting up ahead of steam here, Dean Ashton.
They are, and you would expect that Newcastle will have to withstand a bit of pressure. And that's then when you need to call upon your goalkeeper. Joe Linton took a little flick at it, which is why Pope had to really wait till the very end to make the save.
Here's Rodriguez, the Ecuadorian, for the Belgian champions. Zorgan works it out to Kalaili on the right-hand side. Now it's back with McAllister, who, unlike his brother, hasn't won any caps for Argentina. Kevin McAllister. He's on the shorter side of centre-halves, but I shouldn't really have a go. Whenever I think of short centre-halves, my mind is immediately drawn to somebody like Carlos Puyol, who was not the tallest, but what a mammoth centre-half he was for Barcelona in Spain.
Yeah, something tells me that McAllister's got a bit of aggression about him.
Yes, no question about that. Now here is Zorgan in the centre circle for Union SG, faced up by Guimaraes, just chips it forward. It won't quite get through to Kalaili, who was making a run down the right-hand side. Newcastle try and bring it clear, but the pattern's being re-established here, Dean Ashton, where Union SG is starting to win those first and second balls and started to hunt in packs again to win possession back.
Yeah, the goal seemed to have affected them slightly, didn't it, for a couple of minutes, but been boosted by a couple of set plays and a couple of opportunities and got that energy back again.
27 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Newcastle lead through Nick Voltemada's goal after a Tonali shot from the edge of the area was diverted in by Nick Voltemada. Didn't seem like he was claiming it, but it's his third goal already in 6 appearances for the 23-year-old who cost 69 million quid from Stuttgart. Apparently it was idiotic to sign him for that amount of money if you're one of the ex-Bayern Munich players who has a voice on the board, just because they couldn't get him, I guess. Elanga, right-hand side for Newcastle, tricks the ball in field for Tonali, space for Trippier on the right. Can he work the cross into the box? He can. Jolinton with a header, and it's just wide of the post. Really well found by Trippier's lob cross from the right-hand side, and Jolinton was brave 8 yards out, but just couldn't divert the header on target. It's a goal kick in the end, 1-0 Newcastle.
Well, that's where you want Kieran Trippier, isn't it? In a position to play a cross like that, even on the volley, he really put it in with pace for someone to go and attack. And if you've got Voltemada in there, you need others going in, because naturally the defenders will look for Voltemada to make sure he hasn't got the space and can get a run. Jolinton just ghosts in, and really powerful header. He is probably about half a foot wide, the way he just directed it back to where it came from, but took a hell of a whack right at the end, as you said, with the brave header.
Yeah, he's just lying flat on his back inside the Union SG penalty area. Physios are out there just checking to make sure that there's nothing untoward. Just seeing a replay of it's definitely Voltemada's touch that wrong foots Sherpen in goal. That's the goal that's given Newcastle the lead. I was reminding you about what Europa League and Conference League football we've got for you tomorrow night on the TalkSport network. Dynamo Kiev against Crystal Palace here on TalkSport 2 at 5:45. with Kevin Hatchard and former Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose. And then a choice of listening from 8 o'clock on TalkSport. In Rotterdam, it's Feyenoord against Aston Villa in the Europa League. Alex Crook and Leanne Sanderson, your team, covering that one. And here on TalkSport 2, Nottingham Forest had the European nights back at the City Ground. They're taking on Midtjylland in the Europa League, and Joe Shannon and former Wolves goalkeeper Matt Murray will be your commentary team there. And then we've got a choice of listening on Friday night in Premier League and Championship. Bournemouth Fulham on TalkSport at 8. At the same time, the Hollywood Derby, Wrexham against Birmingham from the racecourse ground in the Championship. And that's before we've even got to game day. Kieran Trippier heads the ball clear as we're back underway. Joe Linton's back out there as well for Newcastle, thankfully. None the worse for wear after that brave header. Saw him clattered into by a couple of Union SG defenders. We played half an hour on TalkSport 2 at the Anderlecht Stadium, just south and west of Brussels. Here come Union SG with El Hadj, left-hand side, whips a right-footed ball to the far corner of the area. Kalaili brings it down. He's got Rodriguez and David wanting it pulled back to him. Sorgan wins a strong ball on the right-hand side. It's played back into the box by Kalaili, but he got it all wrong. I don't know who he was aiming for, but he couldn't find a Newcastle player. They've given it up here, Newcastle. El Hadj inside the D, gets a right-footed shot away, but it's deflected almost as soon as he hit it, making the save much easier for Nick Pope. 1-0 Newcastle.
Very untidy though, so untidy for Union SG and for Newcastle, then trying to play out and giving the ball back to them, but never really under control by either team.
Well, Newcastle are dominating the possession stats. They've had 2/3 of possession in this opening 31 minutes or so, and they have the lead. And they're in possession right now with Gordon, just inside the Belgian half of the field. Goes back to halfway, Sandro Tonali just juggling with the ball to keep it away from the two strikers for Union SG. Then he spots Trippier in a bit of space, just over halfway. Trippier immediately fires into the path of Elanga down the right-hand side, skips past Niang, but he can't keep the ball in play. And it's a throw-in to Union SG in their left-back position.
They are getting joy, aren't they, down the right-hand side. Niang, I don't think, naturally looks like a defender that senses danger, keeps drifting away from Layson, who doesn't want to come out and help him. And then Trippier and Elanga are getting 2v1 against Niang and getting a bit of joy. That was just, again, a slightly poor touch from Elanga.
Throw in to Union SG on their left-hand side, right next to where their manager Pogognoli is stood at the edge of his technical area, looking very smart. Suit against tracksuit in terms of managers today. Eddie Howe much more casual, and his opposite number. Here's Rodriguez guiding it down to Kalaili. Now Christian Burgess fires it up to halfway. El Hadj just turns it round the corner first time, looking for the run of Rodriguez, but Newcastle have it back, and now Elanga can have another run down the Newcastle right, up against Layson. Tries to go beyond him, gets to the dead ball line, pulls it back, but can't find Voltemada. Burgess with a comfortable clearance for the Belgians, and it's out for a Newcastle throw. 1-0 to the Toonami on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, I can hear the Newcastle bench as soon as that ball goes out to Elanga, for him to just go on, just get at the fullback, use that pace, use that dribbling ability, get beyond Layson, as he did, and got a dribbly cross in. It wasn't much to go for, took a whack at the same time, but they know. I think that was Tyndall that was down there shouting at Elanga to get out the fullback.
It's really strange when you hear Jason Tyndall giving it both barrels, because I've done commentary games with him for TalkSport 2, and he's very reserved. When he's normal speaking voice, he's quiet as a mouse. Stood behind Eddie Howe, and he's the attack dog, isn't he? Got himself booked on Sunday as well, didn't he? Against Arsenal for a bit too much back chat to the fourth official. Now here's Elanga again, down the Newcastle right, up against Niang this time. Niang took the ball off him. Actually, that's good defending from Niang, although Elanga felt he was fouled. Nothing doing, said the Swiss referee, but Newcastle in possession back on the halfway line. Trippier plays the ball infield over the head of Elanga, who just couldn't judge the flight of the ball the way he would have wanted, and Zorgan tucks it infield for Union SG to find Van der Perre. Back it goes to Kevin McAllister, across to Burgess, who's got Voltemada closing him down, but Union SG just calmly get little triangular passing going to buy themselves some space.
But again, on that right-hand side, Elanga's got to make the right decision. If he's going to go past the defender, do it. If not, then fake to do that, but then just lay it back. Trippier's free. He's then got the time to cross that ball in. Instead, he did neither and lost the ball. And it's those little moments and decision-making at this sort of level that will make the difference.
Kalaili actually won a header against Dan Burn on halfway there. There's a collector's item for you. And then he was caught on halfway, and there's going to be a yellow card here for Joe Linton. He said, that's just one foul, referee. But that one foul is enough to give him a yellow card from the Swiss ref. And Kalaili is writhing around in agony. Was that a yellow card offence for you, Dean Ashton?
I think he's a bit unlucky. I think the fact that he's high and it does catch Kalaili on the shin, but they're both feet are high between both players. But ultimately, I think if you get caught now with your stud slightly high, you're going to get a yellow card. But he should be turning around to Dan Burn and saying, hang on a minute, how's he had a go at you in the air?
I've not seen that happen very often. Normally when you get players of 6'7", they jump about 5'8", but I think Dan Burn always manages to make that extra height work for him in aerial challenges. Union SG get played back underway with a free kick. Niang trying to work the ball in field. Newcastle got it half clear, goes out for a throw to the Belgians. Less than 10 minutes to half time. On TalkSport 2, you're listening to Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle 1 in the Champions League. Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Here's Newcastle on halfway. Lovely touch from Gordon just to keep the ball away from a couple of Union SG shirts. Great strength from Voltemada as well. Plays in Elanga down the right-hand side. 2 to Emma with a cross. One of them's Gordon, but Burgess does enough defending the ball. And Sherpen plunges on top of it, the goalkeeper. Wonderful, wonderful hold-up play from Voltemada and a great pass to release Elanga. And the cross could easily have brought Newcastle a second.
It was brilliant, wasn't it, from Newcastle. Voltemada with the hold-up play and ball to Elanga. This time, first time, really whipped it into Gordon, but Burgess, honestly, what a fantastic defensive challenge this was. Stretching back towards his own goal, just wrapping his foot around it. It did hit his arm, but it was as it was on the floor and he had to steady himself.
Now David trying to make a nuisance of himself up against Thior, who manages to chest the ball back to Pope. You can hear around the stadium fans claiming that was a pass back, but it wasn't off the foot of Malik Thior, it came off his chest. Pope bowls it over on right down the centre of the field, looking for Voltemada in the centre circle, but Burgess leant into him and stopped him getting it under control. And with 7.5 minutes to the break, Union SG in possession with Osenu Niang on the left-hand side. Comes in field on the halfway line into the centre circle and then leaves it for Van der Perre under pressure from Guimaraes. He manages to work it back to the centre halves. El Hadj heads the ball in field, but it won't find David. And instead Kieran Trippier plays it down the line on this near side, the right to Guimaraes. Gets the better of Niang via a deflection and brings the ball into the Union SG half, and then Niang just nicks him from behind. No yellow card, says the referee, but it is a free kick to Newcastle, who lead by a goal to nil.
Cute, wasn't it? Really cute from Guimaraes, the little nutmeg through the legs, but then he's got to play it. I know he won a free kick, but actually that was the chance then, once you bypassed the player to counter-attack.
Oh, too strong a challenge by Van der Perre. He felt he'd won the ball on halfway, but the referee disagreed. He caught Sandro Tonali with a very strong challenge, but Van der Perre, despite protesting his innocence, goes into the referee's notebook. 1-0 Newcastle.
Well, there was 3 of them that went in for the same challenge. Tonali it was that came off worse. Van der Perre, I wonder whether he goes past his own man. I think what he's trying to say is that he's actually got the ball. There's a tiny bit of a follow-through, but again, a bit like Joelinton, maybe slightly unlucky. Again, the aggression in the challenge, but what's that when you look at it?
6 minutes to half-time on TalkSport 2. Newcastle leading by a goal to nil. Sorgan for Union SG finds Rodriguez, who holds it up well just inside the Newcastle half, running across the line from right to left. Brings it forward and plays a 1-2, gets it back, approaching the left-hand corner of the penalty area. Still has it, Rodriguez, but then one touch too many allows Newcastle to win the ball back, and then Elanga, being pressurised by Rodriguez, somehow manages to get it clear. Now the counter-attack is on. Joelinton releases Anthony Gordon down the inside left channel for Newcastle. Voltemada and Joelinton are up with him. Here is Joelinton trying to turn it back round the corner for Gordon, who'd moved inside at the edge of the box, but it just didn't come off for Newcastle.
Intricate again, wasn't it, from Newcastle? But it was the pass from Joelinton to Anthony Gordon that wasn't quite right on that counter-attack. It was slightly behind him, gave the opportunity for the opposition to get back in decent numbers, and then you're having to be intricate with the 1-2 that didn't quite come off. If that ball is ahead of Anthony Gordon, you can then sprint onto it and straight at the defender. There's the little tiny details that are so important.
Zorgan for Union SG up to halfway, and El Hadj. Now Niang plays a first-time ball onto the chest of David, and he tries to hook it out to the right wing looking for Kalaili, but it's Newcastle who won possession back. We're into the last 5 minutes of the first half. Can Newcastle see it through with this 1-0 lead intact to the half-time whistle here on TalkSport 2 in the Champions League? Voltemada, whose deflected effort gave Newcastle the lead early in the piece. Now Elanga again in space to gallop down the right-hand side. Niang coming across to close down the space. Elanga goes down inside and then goes down. Penalty! Layson brought down Anthony Elanga as he was just inside the 18-yard area. It's a penalty, and Newcastle have the chance to extend their lead before half-time in Brussels.
Brilliant from Elanga. Lovely double step over to get away from Niang, and then Layson just doesn't need to go in. He really doesn't. El Hadj is there to stop Anthony Elanga, and in the end it's just so obvious that the referee has to make the easiest decision. Layson said he tried to pull out, but I'm afraid you're there, and Elanga couldn't go any further, clattered into his thigh, and it's a penalty.
Well, Elanga just picking himself up. He won't be taking the penalty. Just seeing who is going to take it. It's going to be Anthony Gordon. Kieran Trippier that had the ball in his hand, but Gordon is now going to place it on the spot. 9 goals last season for Newcastle. He was the player of the season before that. A chance for him to make it a 2-goal advantage for Newcastle as we approach half-time on TalkSport 2. Sherpen, arms aloft on the goal line, is the man to beat. Gordon with a 3 or 4 pace run up to the ball. Can he make it 2-0 to Newcastle? Up steps Gordon, right-footed, sends the keeper the wrong way, buries it in the bottom right-hand corner, and it is 2-0 to Newcastle. Gordon has his goal. Newcastle have a bit of breathing space. That's so much better for Eddie Howe and co. Right on half-time, Union SG 0, Newcastle United 2.
Yeah, and he makes the most of Anthony Elanga's good work by putting that spot kick away, going as if he's going to whip it to the left-hand side and then just firmly side-footing it the opposite way to give Newcastle a 2-0 lead. But I'm going to say what most people should be thinking is, if you're worth nearly 70 million, there's no way you're not taking that. So we'll see how that continues. But Anthony Gordon doing the right thing, really calm, took his time, went through his routine. You could see that with the breathing technique that he used before taking the penalty.
So it's only just now that the players are all lining back up in their own respective halves for the restart, and Sebastian Pocagnoli, much to ponder, the Union SG manager, at half-time. His team have been competitive and they've had their moments, but ultimately, after the euphoria of the 3-1 win in PSV on match day 1, bit of a reality check for the Belgian champions here, as Newcastle United have powered into this 2-goal lead, and we're into the last minute of normal time. Voltemada, who scored the first, tries to bring the ball down on the halfway line, just had the ball taken off his toe by Van der Perre, and it'll break down the right-hand side for Kalaili drives the ball into the edge of the area, and it's El Hadj with a drive, and it's only just over the bar from just inside the 18-yard box from Anwar El Hadj. Just took a touch with his left, and as the ball landed on the half volley, tried to drive it with his right, but the ball had just bounced too much for him to keep it down. Goal kick.
But it was a gift. It was sloppy from Newcastle. Voltemada taking too long when the counter-attack was on for them. And then Dan Burn with a poor pass. And then Kalaleni with a brilliant ball. He saw Rodriguez. Clever from Rodriguez. Just let it go beyond him to El Hadj. Decent first touch, but couldn't rotate his feet enough. He needed to take an extra step to get away from the ball. It was so close to him. He sort of slashes at it with his right foot. Half volley then goes up and over. Nick Pope's goal.
We've moved into 2 minutes of minimum stoppage time at the end of the first half. On TalkSport 2, Union SG 0, Newcastle United 2. If you're just tuning into us, goals from Voltemada via a deflection, and Gordon from the penalty spot, putting Eddie Howe's men firmly in control on match day 2 after the disappointment of the Barcelona defeat at St James's Park. Now Trippier just guides the ball to Ilanga, who's up to run back into his own half, knowing he's under pressure from El Hadj. Now Joelinton teases it out to the left-hand side for Gordon. Ilanga's out there with him for the moment, just imbalancing Liverpool for Newcastle for a little bit on that left-hand side. Rodriguez wins it back for Union SG, tries to bring it clear, and then Ilanga's caught by Van der Perez. Going to have to be careful, he's on a yellow card, and that was not the best challenge from behind Anthony Ilanga. And we're in that second minute of added time. Newcastle 2-0 up.
But that's what you're asking of the players, Sebastian Pocognoli, is if they're asking their players to be aggressive, you're going to risk being on that tightrope, aren't you, with every single challenge.
Trippier up to Voltemada, hugging the right-hand touchline on halfway. Gordon, good skill to turn away from his man in field and works it out to the left-hand side. Burn, oh, what's a heavy touch, and that did allow Zorgan to get a touch just for a moment for Union SG, but it's the other number 8 in possession now, Tonali. 2 minutes of minimum stoppage time are nearly up. All eyes will be on the referee. Won't be much more to add on, I don't suppose, now that the 2 minutes are up, and indeed he does now blow his whistle, and Newcastle United are 45 minutes away from a very, very pleasing result in Brussels. They have a 2-goal lead, a 2-goal cushion against Union Saint-Gilloise, the Belgian champions. It all got underway when Sandro Tonali took a shot just after the quarter-hour mark from outside the area that was turned in to the net by Nick Voltemada for his 3rd Newcastle goal, wrong footing the goalkeeper Sherpen for Union SG. But we had to wait until 2 minutes from half-time for the 2nd Newcastle goal, and that came after Ilanga was fouled at the edge of the penalty area by Layson, and Anthony Gordon wrong-footed the goalkeeper from 12 yards. So all good, Dean Ashton, for Newcastle United at the break.
Yeah, all good so far. Been a good performance. They've kept the bulk of possession that's been allowed to be given to them by Union SG, who've had their moments. You know, set plays they've had plenty of, and a couple of shots at Nick Pope from the edge of the area. But they've looked a threat, haven't they, out wide, and especially on the right-hand side. Trippier and Ilanga have had so much of the play. Both of the goals have come from that side. First of all, from Ilanga's brilliant cross that then, when it was headed out to Tonali, Voltemada just steered in inadvertently, by the way. I'm not quite sure he knew that much. He just flicked a foot out at it. And then, of course, Anthony Ilanga with some brilliant bit of skill to win the penalty for Gordon to convert. So all that play down the right-hand side, and Union SG not doing anything about it, not actually changing anything to help Niang on that side.
I wonder whether the systems actually helped Newcastle, because we were expecting, you and me, expecting Union SG to match Newcastle up 4-3-3, but not so. They played 3 at the back, and that space down the flanks is what's given Ilanga all that space to exploit.
Yeah, that extra bit of cover in the middle, I would guess, for Union SG has meant Newcastle have had the extra player out wide, and they've got quality out wide, and they've punished them a couple of times, whereas actually Trippier might have been expecting Niang up against him all evening, really trying to test him in behind where he hasn't been.
Dean, for the time being, thanks very much indeed. Dean Ashton alongside me, Ian Danter on commentary. So we've reached the break in the Champions League. One of 3 Champions League commentaries we're bringing you tonight across the network. And very shortly on TalkSport 2, we'll be hearing from Adam Bridge, who'll be your match commentator for the game that follows this in the Stade Louis II between Monaco and Manchester City. And we'll also hear from a couple of our Championship reporters as more EFL action takes place tonight with games at Carrow Road and the Den to cover here on TalkSport 2 with a half-time score, Union SG 0, Newcastle United 2.
Champions League live on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for tonight's Lotto draw.
It could be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
TNT Sports presents.
We're all set.
Over 185 UEFA Champions League games. And all 342 Europa and Conference League matches.
Spurs have won the Europa League.
The stage is set.
Absolutely brilliant.
Get all these competitions in one place with TNT Sports on Discovery Plus, or watch TNT Sports channels on EE, Sky and Virgin Media. Subscription required. Age 18 plus. T's and C's apply.
You want the look, clean, close, sharp, but you don't have time to play around. Meet the Pitbull X5 series from Skullshaver.com. Our best-selling shaver, now even better. Smooth blades, stronger motor, better grip, built for speed, designed for skin. No mess, no mirror, no drama. 90 seconds and you're done. Fresh, confident, ready. Pitbull X5 range by Skullshaver. Available now at Skullshaver.com.
Mickey could try to sell his car privately. Or get it sold today with We Buy Any Car. He could spend days on end trying to sell to a bunch of time wasters. Or sell in a flash and head to the fun fair with the kids. Proper gutted. Or proper impressed. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for tonight's Lotto draw.
It could be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Jim White and Simon Jordan on TalkSport. Mid-morning radio that's up for the job.
He spent £500 million to get precisely nowhere.
Concrete sports talk.
It really is incredible.
Rapid setting opinion.
You're not justifying it, but you're explaining it. It doesn't need an explanation.
Big names, all bagged up.
Anthony Joshua, good afternoon.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Delivered tomorrow morning from 10 on TalkSport by Selco Builders Warehouse. Check stock at your local branch. We've got it at SelcoBW.com. Dressed to impress for a live football Friday night double bill belter. Full Premier League comms of Bournemouth versus Fulham on TalkSport and Championship Wrexham versus Birmingham on TalkSport 2. Kick off 8 p.m. both games.
What a turn, what a goal!
4 teams, 2 leagues, 1 Friday night on the Footwork Network.
It's the reason Marconi invented radio and God gave you ears.
And he scored, it's a brilliant goal!
The Champions League live on TalkSport 2.
And the referee decides enough is enough, and Manchester City get off and running with 3 points.
I do not care less what the people say about things. So we are favourites during 9 years every time.
3rd minute 0-0. Lorenzo goes up at the near post and Dyer will smash it home.
For sure, we need a fantastic day.
Oh, lovely turn from Doku at the edge of the area, weaving his way through. Doku, oh, what a goal! What a magnificent individual effort from Jeremy Doku.
We will be favourites if we, step by step, every game we are better and better.
And this is why we love the Champions League. It's full throttle, high energy, non-stop action.
You're listening to the Champions League live on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. At half-time, it's Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 2. Myself, Ian Danter and Dean Ashton bringing you second-half commentary on that in just a tick. Once we're done, we'll bring you more Champions League action at the Stade Louis II. Manchester City travelling to face AS Monaco. Let's preview the game with your match commentary team for that game. Scott Minto's alongside Adam Bridge.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. It's an intriguing encounter tonight for match day 2. Man City, of course, coming to Monaco for only the second time in the Champions League. Last time out was in the second leg of a knockout tie. It finished 6-6 on aggregate that night, but then Monaco did have the likes of a young 18-year-old Kylian Mbappe and Radamel Falcao amongst the starting 11. Obviously a good victory on the opening day against Napoli. Monaco, well, they were well beaten by Club Brugge. They've not been in bad form in Liga, currently lying in 4th place, 3 points behind PSG and Lyon, who lead the way. Scott, I mean, the one thing tonight probably for Man City is, bearing in mind the off-colour season they had, shall we call it, in the Champions League last year, they've lost their last 4 on the road in this competition. So I'm going to guess Pep wants to get back to winning ways.
Off colour, I like that. I've never heard that one before, but I think that's a nice way of putting it for sure. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it was really important in the first game in match day 1 to win, and they did, and won pretty comfortably. But it is a worrying stat, isn't it? You know, looking at it, and if you are going to go deep into the competition, and I'm sort of saying this season, whenever anybody says to me, look, who do you think is going to win it? I don't judge anything after what happened last season. One, it was a new format. We didn't know how it would all turn out. 2, even as late as Christmas time, did anyone really believe that PSG would go on and dominate in the way they did, how they started the Champions League table? So, look, absolutely, this is about City. This is not a strong Monaco side, but obviously playing away from home will be difficult. It is something which he'll want to turn around. He'll want to not just come back with a draw. He'll want to come back with all 3 points and try and start dominating at the top of this table and get to qualify a little bit earlier than a lot of other teams, and then he can start to maybe make some changes as the winter kicks in. So, yeah, it'll be very positive tonight, I'm sure. They're still not quite firing on all cylinders. I think the game, the scoreline at the weekend flattered them a little, but they know they've got players of moments, and that's what he'll be looking for tonight.
A lot of talk pre-game about Bernardo Silva coming back to his former club, of course, captain of Manchester City as well. I mean, the qualities, he's made over 100 appearances in the Champions League. He just oozes class and quality, doesn't he?
It's not bad, is he? I think he's got a career ahead of him. Look, he's a wonderful player. I've got nothing but admiration and total respect for players that don't necessarily rely on their athleticism, their pure pace. And that's something which, you know, Bernardo Silva hasn't done. He's sharp, he's quick off the mark, but the first few yards are in his head. And his touch and his passing, just sensational. And they are in a moment of transition after what happened last season. There's no doubt about it. It was interesting that he wasn't one of the players. Not only was he not one of the players that Pep wanted to get rid of, but actually he made him his captain as well. So he'll be expected to be a leader tonight for sure.
And we shall see. We'll get the team news for you shortly. We'll bring that to you when we have it. But we're underway at 8 o'clock tonight in the Principality. Scott Minto will be alongside me for Monaco against Manchester City.
Thanks very much, Adam. So, yeah, as soon as we're done with Union Saint-Gilloise against Newcastle, then Adam and Scott will take over for the commentary from the Stade Louis II. Also, there's 4 more championship games tonight in the EFL. QPR take on Oxford at 8. Portsmouth against Watford is a 7:45 kickoff. An unbeaten Coventry City travel to Millwall, looking to maintain their strong start to the season. Watching at the Den for TalkSport 2, Ian Abrahams.
And Frank Lampard's Sky Blues, unbeaten and top scorers in the Championship, are unchanged from the side that thumped Birmingham, 10-man Birmingham, 3-0 at the weekend. So that means Rushworth's in goal, Van Ewijk, Thomas, Kitching and De Silva across the back, Thorpe and Grimes with Sacramento, Eccles, Thomas Asante and Wright. Millwall, by the way, they can go second tonight, 2 points behind Middlesbrough with a win. Millwall can go into the top 6 with victory tonight. They've only managed 6 goals in 7 games this season, so they're not free scoring, but they do welcome back their top scorer from last year, and he's just signed a new contract, Ivanovic. Cundle's fit as well to start. Mitchell, Negley and Harding also come in all 5 changes. Leno, Luongo, Ballo, Smallburn and Josh Coburn drop out, so it's Bender in goal, Harding, Camera, Kuba and Bryan across the back, Emanku, Mitchell, Mazu Serko and also Negley across midfield with Cundle and Ivanovic as the player playing up front. Should be a good game, hopefully, this one. Competitive. Team that doesn't score but doesn't concede too many against the top scorers in the entire division. It's Millwall Coventry and we start here at 7:45.
Thank you, Ian. Let's get across to Carrow Road for a moment because Mike Sewell is there to watch Norwich City against West Bromwich Albion tonight. And I know you keep your eyes very firmly on what's happening in East Anglia, Mike. What's happening with Norwich City's home form? There they are, 2 points off the relegation zone, and it's their poor home form that's got an awful lot to do with that predicament.
Yes, it is the $6 million question, Ian, because a lot of people here are surprised as to the form that they've seen so far this season at Norwich. 4 defeats, 3 of them in the league. If they were to lose again tonight, it would be the first time that they've ever lost their first 4 league games of the season at home. Their away form has been respectable. In fact, they started really well away from home, but here they just haven't been able to get going, and it's been a bit of a conundrum for Liam Manning, who of course, as many people know, is a Norfolk boy. He used to come here and watch back in the 90s when he was young, but he's not been able to solve the problem as yet. Maybe tonight is the night, and in many people's eyes it has to be tonight, because there's the small matter of the East Anglian derby on Sunday at Ipswich, and they haven't lost to Ipswich for 16 years in a derby game, so things have got to change pretty quick.
Thank you very much, Mike. And Mike and Ian will be part of the team updating you with goals tonight from the Championship in amongst our commentaries. Don't forget Arsenal Olympiacos on TalkSport at 8, Monaco Manchester City at 8 on TalkSport 2. But in Belgium tonight, it's Newcastle creating all the bedlam. See what El Hadj can conjure up from this right-wing corner for the Belgians. Up it goes into the area. Burgess was there and headed over the top by Rodriguez. It's cleared away. Tonali at the edge of the area, drives it in, and via a deflection, Newcastle take the lead.
And absolutely nothing Sherpan could do with that deflection.
And it comes to the near post, flicked away by Langer, comes out to Zorgan again at the edge of the area, left-footed drive this time, and Pope turning behind for another corner. Space for Trippier on the right. Can he work the cross into the box? He can. Jolinton with a header, and it's just wide of the post. Elanga goes down inside and then goes down. Penalty. Up steps Gordon, right-footed, sends the keeper the wrong way, buries it in the bottom right-hand corner, and it is 2-0. And the players are out at the Anderlecht Stadium ahead of the second half, but there will be a change for Union SG, and they are taking off Promise David, their Canadian striker, and bringing on a Swiss, Mark Geiger, who joined in January from the Schaffhausen club. He's only scored 1 goal so far. It's more of a left winger, really. I'll see how that affects the Union SG lineup as things get back underway, but it's David off and Geiger on to replace him. Newcastle going with the same 11 as they started the game with, and it will be Union SG playing from left to right as we look, who will get the game back underway wearing their yellow and blue home strip. Newcastle in the black and white striped shirts but with white shorts and socks this evening, and they have Pope in goal, Trippier, Tuor, Botman and Byrne at the back, Guimaraes, Tonali and Jolinton in midfield, Elanga, Voltemade and Gordon up front. Voltemade and Gordon, the 2 goal scorers for USG. Sherpen is the goalkeeper, Kalaili, McAllister, Burgess, Layson, Van der Peer, Zorgan, El Hadj, Rodriguez, Geiger and Niang. We'll have a look and see whether that introduction of Geiger is going to change anything with regard to the way that Union SG are lining up. They played with 3 at the back in the first half, and Newcastle were able to exploit that time and time again. And here's Voltemade, good quick feet. They're trying to release Elanga again down the right-hand side, half cleared. He'll get it again, heads of the area, drives it, goal was saved by the goalkeeper straight out in front, but straight to Christian Burgess, who can thump it clear. With a minute gone in the second half, Newcastle already seeking a third, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, same system, same problems. Anthony Elanga getting free once again. Voltemade, the first part in the centre circle was magnificent. That was Volta Messi for sure. The footwork, honestly, the footwork was brilliant to get away from 3 players, and then when it came back to him again, the touch was brilliant. Played it into Elanga, and he did the right thing taking the strike, just didn't get it far enough away from Sherpan to that far corner.
I don't suppose it would have been that difficult a team talk for Eddie Howe to give at half-time, would it, Dean?
No, especially with the amount of possession that they had. Can you continue that? Can we continue to get it out wide, especially to the right-hand side? If they keep allowing that, then we're going to get chances and goals.
Voltemade trying to turn at the edge of the area. Burgess up against him, rolls it to the right for Elanga, but there was a push by Voltemade on Burgess, and he looks open-mouthed at the referee. What? I didn't do anything wrong, but it's a free kick to Union SG, and it's definitely a push. 2-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, there was, but I think he's more frustrated that actually, if he hadn't miscontrolled that, he could have played it earlier to Elanga. He miscontrolled it, and then Burgess got a touch, so he pushed him, and the opportunity was gone.
You're listening to this game brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. Anthony Gordon away down the left-hand side, but he runs into Geiger, who's playing on the right-hand side of midfield, it appears, for Union SG, having just come on. He's in possession now, bang on halfway. Tries to clip it over the top for El Khalili, who's in behind Dan Bird, and into the area, and bends a left-footed shot wide. What a chance for Khalili to get Union SG back into the game. Got goal side of Dan Burn, tried to wrap his left foot round it, beat Pope, but also beat the far post.
Yeah, so close, wasn't it? I'm surprised they haven't used that more, that ball just over the top of Dan Burn. Khalili with a really good first touch to get out of his feet with the chest, and then just try to steer it, curl it into that far corner, and just set it out too far outside the post for it to come back, when actually maybe could have squared it across actually as well for Niang, who was totally free.
And he saw the goal opening up for him there, did Anand Khalili, who joined from Maccabi Haifa last year. That's the best chance that Union SG have had, you could say. It's certainly the clearest cut. Newcastle 2-0 up, and Trippier down the right-hand side tries to tease the ball into the box. It came off Niang and then back off Trippier to go behind for a goal kick, and no great complaints from Kieran Trippier. I think he knew.
And the only issue, and I feel for Voltemada at times, is when you play that lone striker role, especially the way he's playing it, where he's coming short, linking, then he's getting out wide, you can't get in the box. So Kieran Trippier there, eventually with the opportunity to cross, he looks up and he can't see his big centre forward up there, because he's the one that started the whole move with the ball into his feet. There's not a lot. It's hard to change that, really. It's then obviously the job of Gordon from the other side, one of the midfield players, to get in there.
Space again for Khalili down the right-hand side for Union SG, running at Burn this time. Gets to the right-hand corner of the area. On his left foot, floats it to Niang on the far side of the area. Niang goes past Trippier, drives it into the near post, straight off the chest of Pope, and comes back out. El Hadj leaves it. Layson with a drive. It's blocked by Guimaraes. Then Zorgan with a drive. Well held by Nick Pope right on his goal line, as Union SG look to get back into this game. 5 gone in the second half. Newcastle still 2 up.
Yeah, they're not going to give it up, are they, in front of their home fans? It was a good ball over towards Niang, who just got away from Trippier and just smashes it straight into the stomach of Nick Pope, who you could almost hear from here the exhale of breath as he just tensed his stomach muscles to just repel that effort. And then again, Zorgan, must be his 3rd attempt. Really, really good strike, zipping off the surface, but nicely held from Pope down to his left.
You also heard the whistle of the referee for a foul by Christian Burgess on halfway that's earned the former Portsmouth man a yellow card for his trouble. So that's the second USG player out there who's on a yellow card at the moment. Also Joe Linton on a yellow for Newcastle. Here's Voltemada getting the ball out to the right hand side and gets it back from Elanga. Then a lovely ball inside to Guimaraes, approaching the edge of the area, but Union SG got players back behind the ball, and then Layson wins a throw off Elanga, and the crowd just trying to rouse their players and trying to get the hosts back into this one. It's a big night for Union SG, a home game in the Champions League for the first time ever, but Newcastle are the party poopers at the moment.
Oh yeah, you can't underestimate where they've come from to get to this position. They want to enjoy it, but they probably want their team to make a real game of it in this second half. Guimaraes goes down with a painful whack from that last attack, but Nick Voltemada starting to show his full repertoire of skills when that ball gets played into his feet. It was a lovely reverse pass to set Newcastle away, and he's starting to enjoy himself.
I can't remember, and I've been watching football rather a long time, I can't remember the first time I heard the phrase "good touch for a big man." It might have been Dear old Mick Harford, who we know so well from his days at Luton and Newcastle and Birmingham, and still involved in the game at Luton Town. And that was back in the 1980s, but most certainly that phrase applies to Nick Voltemade, as Guimaraes is still receiving treatment. 2-0 Newcastle.
Of course, well, we all look at the size, don't we, and think, well, it must be more difficult to use your feet. Well, not so much for these top quality players. Peter Crouch was very similar.
Yes.
Many underestimated his technical ability, and he showed them up time and time again. He just rolled his ankle, Guimaraes. I know he might come on, and he's certainly a fighter with that captain's armband on, but that looked painful. Might continue just to swell a little bit as the second half goes on.
Yeah, just walking off the pitch a little awkwardly. Newcastle's next game is on Sunday against Nottingham Forest at St James's Park before the international break kicks in. Their next Champions League game will see Jose Mourinho and Benfica pitch up in the northeast in the back end of October. Then Athletic Bilbao are at St James's before a tricky trip, I would say, at the end of November to Marseille, who thumped Ajax last night and are looking very free-flowing. Leverkusen is another ground that Newcastle have to travel to before the end of 2025. Here come Union SG, 2-0 down. Rodriguez, the Ecuadorian striker, flicks the ball intelligently infield to Kalaili, into the centre of midfield for Van der Peer. Zorgan, who's had a number of long-range efforts from midfield for the Belgians and yet to find the back of the net. And then it's turned around the corner by Van der Peer, looking for the run of Kalaili, but Dan Burn thinks or pretends he's going to go in and clear it, and then just lets the ball run across his body and over the dead ball line for a goal kick to Newcastle United, who have won just one of their last 9 games in the Champions League. Newcastle, that was a 4-1 win against PSG a couple of years ago. It was a famous night, that win against Paris Saint-Germain. They've won 32% of their games in the Champions League, won 8 out of 25. Only Blackburn have got a lower win percentage in the competition from their campaign back in 95-96. Newcastle losing possession. Chance for Geiger to get forward down the right-hand side. Good interception by Dan Burn, who was in field, was very much out of position, but managed to step across and stop the Swiss substitute getting on the ball for Union SG. Joelinton now. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Union SG 0, Newcastle 2. We'll get team news from Monaco, Manchester City momentarily from Adam Bridge, who's watching that game with Scott Minto. That's the game that follows this one on TalkSport 2 for your 8 o'clock Champions League offering. Ball's guided back to Kieran Trippier. Neat ball into the feet of Guimaraes. Voltemade tries to turn it around the corner down the right-hand side for Elanga, but that's dealt with at the back by Layson. And now McAllister has it for the Belgian champions.
Just needs to be a little bit of experience from Newcastle now. You're 2-0 ahead, you're away from home, they're going to give you a little bit more, and actually they've been giving the ball away, almost looking as if let's go and attack and get the you don't need to, just keep the ball, see as much of the time out as possible. You can catch them on the counter-attack if you need to. They're just making it a bit too chaotic still.
Let's get that team news from the Stade Louis II for our 8 o'clock Champions League game. Adam Bridge.
Yeah, one change from match day 1 for Manchester City. Kusanov is injured, of course. John Stones comes into the back line to play at right back, and Rodri is fit enough to start. 6 changes from Monaco from match day 1, but a first start for the on-loan Barcelona forward Ansu Fati, who scored 4 goals in 3 games from the substitutes bench so far. We're underway at 8 o'clock for Monaco against Manchester City.
Thank you, Adam. Scott Minto will be alongside Adam for that commentary. Over on TalkSport at the same time, Arsenal against Olympiacos at the Emirates Stadium. Newcastle in possession, 2-0 up and coming forward down the left-hand side with Anthony Gordon. Barged into by McAllister. Really obvious challenge and a yellow card. So easy for the referee to give. Nowhere, he definitely played the man, not the ball there, Dean Ashton.
He did. He had a little smile then.
He's got a gum shield in, I've just noticed, McAllister.
Well, that's why I noticed the smile towards Burgess, as if, well, he wasn't. Once he's nipped it past me, he's not going to continue, and just shoved into him.
The referee won't have given many easier yellow cards in his career than that one that he's just brandished to Kevin McAllister. So, Newcastle free kick down the left-hand side of the Union SG penalty area. Tonali very carefully placing the ball down. He might be looking for the valve. He might be doing one of those free kicks where the ball.
I think he's just admiring the ball. The Champions League ball. How beautiful!
It's a pretty thing. It's a very pretty thing. You almost don't want to boot it as hard as you can. It just feels like it's abuse. There's a clutch of players standing just in front of the 6-yard line, and the referee just keeping an eye on any pushing and shoving. Dan Burn protesting his innocence. Tonali standing over this free kick. He's going to whip it in right-footed towards the goalkeeper. 2-man wall in front of him. Whipped in by Tonali, but claimed comfortably just in front of goal by Sherpen, the keeper, who bowls it out overarm looking for Geiger, but that was dealt with at least well initially by Elanga, and then he just tricked himself and let it go out of play for a throw. 2-0 Newcastle.
So poor though from Tonali. Sherpan has shown that he will come and claim if you put it anywhere near him, and then you just float it in the air.
A change for Newcastle, their first of the night, and Lewis Miley, Newcastle born and bred, joined at the age of 7 from County Durham. He's coming on for Joe Linton, who is on a yellow card, as we mentioned at the start of this second half, and he was in the wars a little bit as well when he fell heavily in the first half, making a brave header, Dean Ashton. So there could be a couple of reasons why Eddie has elected to make that change there.
I think so. I mean, his face says that he probably wasn't expecting it, but ultimately, again, you're 2-0 ahead. There has to be some sort of protection mode to that. You don't want Joelinton getting sent off and making it difficult. I think it's the right decision.
58 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. You're listening to Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle 2 in the Champions League. Live on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Newcastle trying to keep possession on halfway. Tonali is brought down by Geiger in the centre circle, and the substitute's going to get a yellow card for that, and he says again to the referee, that's my first foul. But the ref says it's bad enough to get a yellow, son, and then he goes into the book.
I mean, again, it's an easy yellow. Tonali's away, and he just takes him out. I think he's probably saying, well, hang on, actually, Van der Peer is very lucky that then Geiger goes in for the second challenge, because he takes out Guimaraes poorly with the first challenge.
It's very true, actually. Van der Peer is on a yellow card from the first half, but the referee only had eyes for the challenge on Tonali from Geiger that gets him a yellow card. So Newcastle in possession just inside their own half. Guimaraes floats it out to the right-hand side, and Trippier brings it down on his chest. Now comes in field, plays it back to square, back to Botman, driven out to the left-hand side for Anthony Gordon, trying to trick his way past 2 Union SG players. He's done really well, Anthony Gordon, to keep possession, and then knocks it back to halfway, and he's caught by Van der Peer again off the ball, and the referee might want to have a word with Van der Peer when the ball next goes dead. Meanwhile, Elanga works it in field for Guimaraes. Now Voltemade with his back to goal 30 yards out. Plays it back to Byrne at the edge of the centre circle. Now Miley gets involved for the first time since coming on. Finds Gordon left-hand side. Whipped in centre, dangerous. Might drop in front of goal. Brilliant clearance from Layson. There's some claims for handball by 2 Newcastle players in there, but the referee sees nothing wrong with it, and play continues. 2-0 Newcastle on the hour.
I know I harp on about it a lot, but honestly, if the delivery's that good, it causes so many problems for the defenders. If you can just get that ball in the right area with pace, right in behind the defenders, facing their own goal, it makes it so difficult. It just didn't quite fall for Voltemade, who was adamant, you're right, that it had hit the hand.
Well, referee has stopped play for a moment, and he's going to look at the VAR screen. He's been called over to the referee review area for a potential penalty check. Now this is for that wicked cross that was just put into the Union SG box. Was there a handball in there with the 2 Union SG players running back towards their own goal, trying to protect what they had? So Urs Schneider is going across, and it's Layson who's the player being looked at. Voltemade at his back, It catches Layson on the right forearm. Is the arm in an unnatural position? The ball does strike the arm, of that there is no question. But is it ball to hand or hand to ball? The referee has had a look. He does the VAR sign and gives the penalty to Newcastle. Layson handball, and another chance from 12 yards for Newcastle United to extend their lead here.
Yeah, I think we've seen this in the Champions League a little bit more than the Premier League, that when it just strikes the arm and it's going towards the attacking player, they're going to give the penalty. Layson's trying to say that to the referee. I was in a natural position, the ball's just skipped past me. I've got 6'6" Voltemada behind me on my back. What are you expecting? He's not like he's prodded his arm out. I feel sorry for the defenders in these situations. Voltemada's all over him, and yes, it does strike the arm. There's not a lot you can do. I'd love those referees. You go and get into a clinch with a centre forward at the same time and see if it might not hit your hand. But look, we're at that stage, and Gordon's got the chance to get his second from the spot.
Well, he put his first penalty to the goalkeeper's left. Where does he go this time, Anthony Gordon? A chance to put Newcastle 3-0 up here, up against Sherpen once more, as he was late in the first half. Gordon with that 3 or 4 pace run up once more for a chance for 3-0, and he takes it. Again, he goes to the bottom right-hand corner. This time Sherpen guessed right, but got nowhere near it because of the quality of the penalty, the quality of the strike. Newcastle going to win away from home in the Champions League. Much needed response to the home defeat to Barcelona. 63 gone. It's Union SG 0, Newcastle 3.
Sherpen did take a step, but it wasn't committed enough. I would have gone the same way. If I was the goalkeeper, I'd have gone the way Anthony Gordon went, thinking, well, he's just going to go the same way. But the power was better than the first from Gordon, and it was more in the corner as well, to the left-hand side of the goalkeeper. Really punched that in with the side foot into the corner. Anthony Gordon to give Newcastle that 3-0 lead.
It's a great penalty. That's 25 goals for Anthony Gordon in his Newcastle career now. And Newcastle firmly in control of their own destiny here to the south and west of Brussels at the Anderlecht Stadium. And having scored 3 on match day 1, Union SG have conceded 3 on match day 2. And it could get worse, because Tonali trying to break through the middle. McAllister comes across and heads it away. But just for a moment, Tonali was breaking through the middle there after a simple ball round the corner from the right-hand side. Got Newcastle away. Got to recover their composure here, the Belgians. Otherwise, Newcastle could really go through the gears and administer some punishment. They're going to make changes. The host Rasmussen's going to come on in midfield for Union SG in a moment, with 25 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. Dean Ashton.
Well, and also with the yellow cards that they've got with the players currently on, if Newcastle do start to dominate, you can expect one of those to maybe pick up a red.
Well, Kalaili, who had that chance early in the second half when he got in behind Dan Burn, he's heading away down the right-hand side, but his ball in field is dealt with by Newcastle. Gordon, who's now on a hat-trick with those 2 penalties, wins a throw just inside his own half. That may well bring the changes for Union SG. And indeed, I think the board is going to go up. Rasmussen is definitely one of those coming on. And the other is Ross Sykes. Lovely moment for him. Boyhood Newcastle fan. He's going to come on for Union SG, having plied his trade at Accrington Stanley down the years. Took the plunge and went to Belgium a few years ago. Really enjoying his football. Lovely moment for him. So Rasmussen, the midfielder, and Sykes are on. McAllister is one of those going off. And Van der Perre as well, who was on a yellow card. Well, they were both on yellow cards. So Dean Ashton, you're absolutely right. A bit of protection, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. But what a moment, you're right, for Sykes. Be alongside Burgess as well. A little nod to the EFL, isn't it? We do produce. The EFL does produce a lot of good players.
Well, you think of England's Player of the Year, Jude Bellingham, started his career in the EFL. In fact, you look at pretty much all that England side. They've all had EFL experience, whether it's permanent signings or loan signings. Let's see how Messrs Burgess and Sykes deal with Newcastle if they attempt to extend their lead still further. Miley just slips in the centre circle, and that allows Zorgan to bring the ball away for the hosts. Kalaili down the right-hand side. Deep cross for Niang at the far post. Well dealt with by Trippier with a flick header just to keep it away from the left winger. And then Trippier hits it downfield. Voltemade, heavy touch. Gets the ball back into Union SG possession. Works out to Niang left-hand side. Midway point of the half. Rasmussen gets his first involvement. The former Norwegian under-21. Decent cross into the box, but nobody had really gambled in yellow and blue for Union SG, and it goes behind for a goal kick to Newcastle. Quarter of the game to go on TalkSport 2, and Newcastle are 3-0 up.
Yeah, and they're pretty comfortable. Newcastle, it's a good ball in from Rasmussen, nobody there. But you can see why they're Belgian champions. You can see why they gave PSV a difficult run. They've got some good players. I like Zorgan in midfield, and Kalali on the right-hand side gets forward really well.
Voltemade, good touch just inside his own half. Keeps it away from the Union SG defence, but El Hadj comes scurrying back to win possession. They want to get something on the board here, just to give their fans something to cheer about. Sykes gets his first touch. Gives it to Burgess. Just shy of the halfway line. Back for Sykes once more. Gets his head up. Thinks about playing a ball through the middle for Rodriguez, but he just checked his run at the wrong moment for Sykes there, Rodriguez. Now on the right-hand side, Kalaili. Infield for Zorgan. Newcastle nice and compact in their defensive shape.
Which I'm surprised didn't happen sooner in this second half with that 2-0 lead, but obviously now with 3 can absolutely just sit into a shape, especially with this early kick-off. I can imagine that there'll be a few Geordies that'll enjoy themselves out there.
Oh, quite. They want to keep a clean sheet. Here comes El Hadj for Union, curls it right-footed, and it skims the roof of the net on its way over. Pope did fling up his right arm at it, but El Hadj just had a go there from 25 yards. I think Pope had it covered, and it did just skim the roof of the net on its way over the bar. Goal kick Newcastle, who lead 3-0 on TalkSport 2.
But that came from a ball out towards Niang, who just got ahead of Trippier. I'm surprised they didn't play him up against him this evening. It fell to El Hadj. You're right, he had loads of time to size it up. He was just trying to whip and dip one up and over Pope, and again just put a little bit too much on it.
Now there's a heavy challenge from Rodriguez on Botman rather, on halfway. Rodriguez shakes his head. I didn't do anything wrong, didn't see him coming. Only had eyes for the ball, says the striker. Botman came from behind him, came off, was landed awkwardly right on his chest. But I think he's going to be okay. Rodriguez not been punished. 20 minutes to go on TalkSport 2 with Monaco against Manchester City to follow immediately after this commentary. Adam Bridge and Scott Minto will be your team watching that game unfold in the Stade Louis II. As Adam mentioned, Stones playing at right back for Manchester City tonight, and Ansu Fati getting the nod up front for Monaco. Union SG in possession at the back, 3-0 down here, guided back from Zorgan to the keeper Sherpen. He just chips it to Kalaili down the right back channel, tries to immediately send Geiger away. There's a triple change on the way for Newcastle United. I can see 3 black and white shirts down there ready to enter the fray, and they will get their chance once the ball next goes out of play.
But it's a big performance, much needed. Bit of pressure before the game, obviously wanting to get points on the board in the Champions League for Newcastle.
Well, here's Anthony Gordon. Oh, lovely ball trying to get Voltemade away. Good interception from Burgess, however. Just looked for a moment like Gordon had weighted that pass perfectly, but Burgess stuck out a long leg and got something on there. So Lewis Hall is going to come on in a moment for Newcastle United. But the first change for Newcastle, we'll see Harvey Barnes coming on for Nick Voltemade. So another goal to his name to start his Newcastle career. So it's Elanga, Voltemade and Bruno Guimaraes who are making way for Messrs Paul, Barnes and Osula, who are coming on to play out these last 18 minutes or so for Newcastle United. Eddie Howe just wanted to give a few minutes to some of the fringe players who don't get that much pitch time. And Barnes, who has been playing in midfield whilst Gordon was serving a suspension, he's got a chance to show what he can do for 20 minutes or so, Dean.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll switch to a back three, I would expect, with Hall playing as a left wing back, Trippier going a bit further ahead, and then Anthony Gordon and Barnes will just play, I think, in behind Osula.
Meanwhile, Sofiane Boufal, once of Southampton, is on for Union SG, having replaced Kevin Rodriguez. Been playing in the UAE, has Boufal, since leaving Southampton. Joined a year ago at the Belgian champions from Al Rayyan. He's on for the Belgians, who are 3-0 down, looking to find a route back into this Champions League tie. But Newcastle are going to get their first 3-point haul with 17 minutes to play. 3-0 to the good. And a chance just to see out time here. And as Dean Ashton's rightly said, the Newcastle fans in Brussels are going to have a jolly good night this evening on that innocuously strong beer that they serve in the Brussels night spots.
Yes. You'll catch most out, that will.
Oh, yeah.
But so they should enjoy it.
And Tonali was dispossessed. He stayed down. Geiger bringing the ball forward for the host. He's going to go for goal from distance, straight into the chest of Nick Pope, and made a comfortable save. Another shot from distance goes a-begging for the Belgians, and Tonali needs some treatment after he was dispossessed bang on halfway. He's not moved since that challenge was put in. Worrying for Newcastle United. Now he's moving once the referees come over. He's just feeling his right knee, and he has got back to his feet, dragged back to his feet by Niang.
Well, that's what you don't now need. It's a bit of a clash with Rasmussen. You don't now need an injury once the game's pretty sewn up as it feels like it is. You then don't want to pick up an injury going into the weekend.
As I mentioned, Nottingham Forest to come to St James's Park on Sunday afternoon. And Tonali spent so long out of the game because of the publicised off-field problems. Here comes Lewis Hall for Newcastle, up to the edge of the area. Just can't get past Kalaili, who did really well, stayed on his feet and won the challenge. Work back into the centre circle for Thiaw. Now Trippier, just shy of the halfway line. Plays the ball into the feet of Tonali, looks to have run off the injury. On the far right-hand side, it's Barnes. Plays a 1-2 at Tonali and gets away. Whips the ball up to the edge of the area, looking for Gordon, but defender stepped in front of Gordon and got it clear. So Gordon played through the middle now, effectively, Dean, with Voltemade off.
Well, just behind Osula, but certainly getting more centrally in his positioning because of Hall on the left. And lovely bit of work from Barnes, wasn't it? It was the right pass. Gordon just wasn't expecting it, but he'll want his hat-trick, won't he? His Champions League hat-trick.
Oh, most definitely. Inside his own half here, Gordon just feeds the ball back to Thiaw, who's had a good, uncomplicated game at centre-half. The former Milan centre-half, Malik Thiaw. Plays the ball backwards to square to Botman. Into the feet of Gordon, just shy of the halfway line. Lovely little drop of the shoulder to get away from Rasmussen there. Tonali strokes the ball out to Trippier, right-hand side. Barnes ahead of him, picks it up now for Newcastle. Trippier's gone on the overlap, but Barnes has come in field from the right-hand side. Now it goes back out to the right. Barnes takes over again. And has it again in a bit of space. Chance to run at Layson. Down the right-hand side, comes in field, Harvey Barnes, still got it, plays a 1-2 at the edge of the area, vital interception from Sykes to turn it behind for a Newcastle corner with 13 minutes to go, 3-0 to Newcastle United.
That's just not really what you need, is it, as a defender? All of a sudden you've got the sharpness of Harvey Barnes wanting to impress. Lovely bit of work again, looking for that 1-2. You're right, Sykes, just reading it and stretching out that right leg.
And Kalali just, I don't know, it's a bit of cramp he's suffering from the Union SG full-back, but he was just flat on his back inside his own penalty area, but he's actually coming off to be replaced by Louis Patrice, who just joined the club from Saint-Gilloise in Belgium, former Anderlecht player, so he's back on his old stomping ground, Louis Patrice, because this game is being played in Anderlecht's home stadium. Kalali had a decent game at right back, and he had a good chance early in the second half for Union SG. But here's a corner for Newcastle, swinging from the right-hand side. Byrne goes up for the header, and it goes wide. And he rose really well. And Thiaw was in there as well, but it goes wide of the post, and the Belgians have a goal kick. 12 to go, 3-0 to Newcastle.
He hasn't lost that ability from set plays, has he, Trippier? Bang on the money, that one. Just outside, swinging away from the goalkeeper, just outside the 6-yard box, waiting for someone to go and attack it. Byrne was there, but in the end just got in the way of Thiaw, and the header then just bounced off the top of his head, really, rather than the forehead.
I can still vividly remember the first time I saw Kieran Trippier play. He was playing for Burnley at the time in a championship game against Nottingham Forest at the City Ground, and I was so impressed, Dean, not just with the quality of the ball in, but the varying different areas he was willing to put balls in from. He was happy to put them in from deep. He would get past his man at times, but for a right back, it's rare that a right back catches the eye as much as he did that night. And he's just gone on to have this stellar career, scored at World Cups for his country, and a brilliant servant to Newcastle too.
Yeah, and almost maybe 5 years too early in terms of just how we've looked at that right back position. He was already doing sorts of things that we see regularly now from attacking fullbacks. But like you said, that variedness of his delivery.
Boufal going for goal, pushed wide by Nick Pope to his right-hand side. Decent strike from the former Southampton man. Pope equal to it. Union SG corner, 3-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, it came from nothing really, wasn't it? Just ball into Boufal. He just had a little look over his shoulder, took it on the back foot and struck from good 30 yards. Pope really comfortable with it.
Short corner played to the left-hand corner of the box. Here's Boufal again, faced up by Gordon, who managed to take the ball off the toe of Boufal and then clips it in field to Harvey Barnes, turns it over on halfway, and now away come Newcastle United. A chance to feed it back to Harvey Barnes in the area. Number 4, Harvey Barnes, the substitute. Brilliant stuff from Newcastle on the counter-attack. Gordon brought it away. Osula carried the ball downfield after Barnes had fed him, and he timed the pass back to Barnes to perfection, did William Osula, and Barnes committed the keeper, lifted it over him, and Newcastle have a 4th.
Well, that's been begging to happen for Newcastle on the counter-attack. They've had numerous opportunities where they've got into these positions and not made the most of them, but Osula, brilliant in the timing of the pass. He could have played it early, he didn't. He just waited enough for the defender to move before he slipped it down the side of El Hadj, and then Patrice couldn't quite get back, and it's a tiny bit fortunate as he goes to side-foot it in. Harvey Barnes, it just takes a little deflection off Patrice's foot and lifts up and over a falling Sherpan into that near post for 4-0.
Harvey Barnes, who scored 9 goals last season for Newcastle United, gets his first goal in the Champions League this season for the Toon Army, and it's 4-0 with less than 9 minutes of normal time to play. And this is a real Champions League lesson being handed down to the new boys against Newcastle, whose Champions League experience, let's not forget, is not that extensive, particularly in recent seasons, but this is as professional a performance as Eddie Howe could have wished for coming here tonight, Dean Ashton.
Oh, very much so. We'll be delighted with it.
But here's Patrice, down the right-hand side of the area, playing a ball across the face of goal, and Trippier decides to put it behind for a corner kick. Didn't really get a shout, or at least he didn't think he got a shout. Niang was behind him, so he decided the discretion, the better part of valour, and it's a corner kick to the Belgians. But Newcastle lead 4-0.
Yeah, they are game, aren't they? That's can't be questioned of this Belgian side, but maybe naive again. The fifth could come if they keep.
Corner kick goes all the way across the face of goal, and Pope was a bit worried for a moment that Zorgan's kick was going to drift all the way into the far corner of the net, direct from the corner, but it wasn't to be in the end. And there's going to be more changes before Pope can take the goal kick. And Fabian Schär is going to get a few minutes out there for Newcastle. Going to replace Kieran Trippier, who has put in, I think it's fair to say, Dean Ashton, another fantastic little shift. Well, as club at right back,
especially first half, when you think that was where they made the most of the possession that they had on the right hand side. Him and Alanga combined well, and he knows when to play it to his winger, when to support, when to overlap. That bit of experience that he's got, and then terrific delivery when he does get wide.
Hasn't played since the Barcelona game. Played just over an hour in that match, Fabian Schär, but he'll play out time here. So less than 7 minutes to go. Remember, we're off to the Stade Louis II. As soon as we're done here on TalkSport 2, our next Champions League encounter is just around the corner as Monaco take on Manchester City. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff. Also Arsenal Olympiacos on TalkSport at the same time. Here's Anthony Gordon for Newcastle. Lovely ball into the area from the left-hand side, but nobody had really gambled. Harvey Barnes with the furthest player forward. Union SG get it clear, but instantly won back by Lewis Miley for the Toon Army.
He's looked a lot more like himself, Anthony Gordon, tonight. Been that real driving force. They're away again.
Tonali driving forward, tried to flick the ball in field for Osula, but it went behind the former Sheffield United man, and the Belgians have it back. Just over 5 minutes to go. And you're listening to Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle 4 in the Champions League, live on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Monaco, Manchester City on the way next. It's a strange stadium, that Stade Louis II. I was in Monaco once and walking around and suddenly came upon the stadium. It sort of cropped up out of nowhere. It's not the most imposing of places, the Stade Louis II. Certainly the boats in the harbour are slightly more impressive.
Yes, I was going to say overshadowed.
But a fantastic setting for Manchester City to try and strut their stuff to follow up their win against Napoli. That's next on TalkSport 2. Newcastle looking to keep a clean sheet here and make it a perfect night in Brussels. Oh, lovely turn from Botman to get away from Geiger. Dropped his shoulder when he looked like he was running out of play. But the ball still drops for the Belgians. Boufal with his back to goal, 30 yards out. Boufal takes over again, finds Zorgan out to the left-hand side and Niang. 4 waiting for a cross in yellow and blue. Niang gets to the dead ball line, but the cross is too heavy. Tipped with too much pace, got an amble in his boot there. Does Niang, it goes out of play for a Newcastle throw in their left-back position. 4-0.
It's a good clearance, wasn't it, from Niang in the end. Did so well to get to the byline, and then what a waste when you've got 4 players in there.
Well, this game brought to you in partnership with TNT Sports, the home of European football. So yeah, a bit of a lesson for Union Saint-Gilloise tonight. They've got Inter Milan coming here in their next home game, then away to Atletico Madrid, away at Galatasaray, who I saw beat Liverpool last night. So it's not going to get any easier for the Belgian champions in their first ever Champions League campaign. Niang trying to dispossess Malik Thiaw, and it has gone out for a Belgian throw on the far left-hand side. Belgian fans trying to rouse their team one last time as they swirl their yellow and blue scarves around their heads. But ultimately, it's not going to mean anything Newcastle are going to have the 3 points to take back to Tyneside. Here is Buffal, knocking it down to Sykes. Sykes just lofts the ball into the area, headed away by Thiaw, and then Lewis Hall does really well, gets the ball in field to Tonali. Now he's driving forward again, 4-on-3 for a moment for Newcastle, plays the ball behind Harvey Barnes, does Tonali, so he has to check his run, the score of Newcastle's fourth goal, but he still has it. Harvey Barnes up to the right-hand corner of the area, Tonali with him, 4 waiting for a cross. Tonali not going to give them that cross, instead he's going to roll it back down the touchline to Thiaw and back into the centre circle for Botman. No need for Newcastle to really press too high up the field. They've got the win, they've got the 4 goals, they've got the 3 points, and they've got their Champions League campaign off and running. Square ball to Dan Burn, just inside his own half, plays it to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall looking for the run of Gordon down the left-hand side, couldn't find him, and then Dan Burn using his giant frame just to muscle Sofiane Boufal out of the way and keep Newcastle in possession, 4-0.
Well, what this result does is, look, it doesn't take the pressure completely off, but what it does is it means it gives you a real chance then for your home fixtures that they've got coming up in this competition to then go and really build on this. Otherwise, if they come away from here with a draw or even a defeat, suddenly if you're thinking, right, we're really on the back foot, we've got to have to then win those games.
Well, I'm sure Eddie Howe will have had scouts watching Benfica's performance last night at Chelsea. They lost by 1-0, Jose Mourinho's men. That's Newcastle's next opponents at St James's Park in this competition. Now, a little push on Layson, the left back, from a Newcastle player to give Union SG a free kick. It was Barnes who went in too strongly for the referee's liking on the Union SG centre half. So a chance for the Belgians to swing a free kick in as we head into the last minute of normal time. In fact, they've taken it short. Boufal, about 20 yards inside the Newcastle half of the field, plays it right to Sykes, the boyhood Newcastle United fan. A short pass returned to him, but he did really well actually, Sykes, to keep possession. Patrice floats the ball in field under pressure. Newcastle win it back. Gordon, who scored 2 penalties tonight and looked lively, but then he gives play up to Patrice, who's immediately dispossessed by Byrne, and it's worked in field by Lewis Hall into the centre circle, brought forward by Barnes. Osula going through the middle. Barnes has gone ahead of him again. Osula to the edge of the D, tries a drive, blocked, comes out to Barnes, little quick feet, finds Tonali. Tonali flicks it to his right. Thiaw with a deep cross to the far post. Lewis Hall brings it down, left-hand side of the area. Tries to play a 1-2, gets to the dead ball line, pulls it back. Tonali forces a great save from Sherpen to prevent a fifth for Newcastle. Just instinctively flew his arms up at Tonali's close-range effort. Corner kick, Newcastle.
Well, it just felt like they were faffing around, didn't it, Newcastle? And just needed that bit of incisive play. Nice and quick from Hall. 1-2, delivery in, on the floor to Tonali, who catches it brilliantly, and the goalkeeper, super reactions. A bit of fingertips, a bit of his forehead to flick that over Sherpan.
So a corner kick is the result. We're into 4 minutes of minimum stoppage time. Tonali with the corner. Sykes heads it up in the air, drops at the far post, and Geiger with an acrobatic overhead kicked clearance sends Newcastle back to the halfway line to retrieve it. And then there's a foul by Niang, giving Newcastle a free kick. So yeah, nearly a minute of that minimum 4 that's been added on by the Swiss referee has already elapsed. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 4 here on TalkSport 2, where we're off to the south of France next, to the Principality of Monaco for AS Monaco against Manchester City. Adam Bridge and Scott Minto will be picking up the cudgels in a few moments.
I mean, Scott Minto's Monaco type of man, isn't he? Definitely.
Yeah, dashing. Yeah, you can just see him eating al fresco in one of those 5-star restaurants.
Of course.
With one of those small cups of coffee that seems pointless to order because there's barely any coffee in it. Cups like something off a doll's house, isn't it? One of those coffees. That's exactly the sort of thing I would imagine he'd be quaffing whilst he's sitting there by the harbour. Forward come Union SG, looking for what would only be a consolation goal in their first home Champions League encounter. And they work it back to Rasmussen, out to Patrice on the right hand side, just clips the ball into the near post, and Geiger tries to, well, almost a scorpion kick attempt there by Geiger, but the ball just went straight up in the air and a comfortable claim at his near post from Nick Pope. 4-0 Newcastle.
Quite a nice idea. Would have been probably Champions League goal of the season if he'd have scorpion kicked that over Nick Pope's head. But why not try? We're into the dying minutes of the game.
Well, they're not going to die wandering, Union SG. They are pressing high on Newcastle, despite the fact that we're 92.5 minutes into the game. But of course, that press allows Newcastle a bit of space to attack, which is what Barnes is doing as he motors into the Union SG half. But the ball forward for Asula is intercepted. One last chance, maybe, for the Belgians as they come forward with Buffal. Up to 30 yards out. Thought about a shot for a moment, then just ran straight into Lewis Hall, who gets it back from Miley. Does he know it's given away? Patrice down the right-hand side. Good ball in field for Geiger. And the Swiss comes in field to the centre of the Newcastle half. 50 seconds of minimum stoppage time to play. Rasmussen looking to run into a bit of a cul-de-sac, but he's managed to work the ball out to the right-hand side of Patrice, who might want to put the ball into the box. Instead, he teases it down the right wing for Rasmussen. Three waiting for a cross. Goes deep to the far post, but Thior stoops and heads it clear. Gordon guides it down. It won't quite break for Asula. And Burgess finds Layson. Now out to the left-hand side. Chance for Niang maybe to put one last ball into the box for Union. Gets to the dead ball line. Did he take the ball out of play before the cross came in? No, it's been given as a corner by the Swiss referee for one last set piece for the Belgian champions, who trail by 4-0.
He's given a goal kick.
He's realised in the end that the hole of the ball... Did the hole of the ball go over the
ball?
I think it did.
I think it did.
So they're even denied a corner kick right at the end there, the Belgians. And I think once Nick Pope has sent the goal kick downfield, that will be that. And then I'll shortly be asking Dean Ashton for his man of the match. So get your thinking cap on there, Dean, about who you want to give the award to. We'll be off to the Stade Louis II in the next few minutes with Adam Bridge and Scott Minto for AS Monaco against Manchester City. So the goal kick about to be whacked downfield by Nick Pope. All eyes on the referee. The whistle goes, and Newcastle United have got their first Champions League win of the season after the disappointing night at St James's against Barcelona. Anthony Gordon, who scored their consolation against Barca, gets 2 on the night for Newcastle, both from the penalty spot. Voltemada and Barnes also on the mark for the Toon Army, and Eddie Howe will be delighted with such a professional performance from Newcastle United. 3 points on the board, clean sheet, 4 goals scored. Thank you very much.
Very good performance. You know, they withstood a little bit of pressure, but then they controlled the game. They quickly worked out where the weaknesses was of the Belgian side, Union SG, and then they made the most of those. Winning the penalties, of course, was key just before half-time. I think that second goal was probably then enough to be comfortable in the second half. A bit of naivety from Union SG, but Eddie Howe, you're right, I'd be so pleased. No injuries, good performance, 4 goals and a clean sheet, and 3 points.
Well, the Magpies had only won one of their previous 11 away European fixtures. They've made a mockery of that statistic tonight. A very, very comfortable 4-0 win against the Champions League new boys of Union Saint-Gilloise. It is time that I asked Dean Ashton to pick his man of the match with our friends at Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
As the Newcastle players go across to applaud their fans who travelled to that corner of the stadium in Brussels. I turn to Dean Ashton and ask for your nomination for man of the match tonight, Dean.
I did really want to give it to Tonali because I thought he put in an incredible effort and was such a big part of the build-up, but when it really mattered in that first half, when things were tight, Anthony Elanga I thought was brilliant. Just kept going down there, just kept feeding it out to him. He kept going at the full-back, won the penalty. It was a great cross for the first goal that led to it, and he was the difference, I thought, especially in that first half.
In Brussels against Union Saint-Gilloise. Just describe to us where you are, Razor, because you're not actually at the home ground of the club that Newcastle United are playing against.
No, the stadium that they would normally play home matches at doesn't meet UEFA requirements, so they can't play there for European games. So what they've done is they've had to move across Brussels, from the southern part of the city to the western side, to the home of Anderlecht, to the stadium called Lotto Park, and that is much bigger. It holds about 22,000 spectators. Union SG's stadium, by comparison, is too small, 9,400. So, and this is all Cita as well, and used to staging big games because Anderlecht are probably the biggest club in Belgium, perhaps the best known. So it's slightly unusual for them to have a home fixture, their first Champions League home fixture, but for it not to be played at their own stadium. This is their debut in the competition after winning the Belgian title last season, but they are a club with European experience, and more than Newcastle in recent years, Colin, because they've been in the Europa League and in the Conference League in the 3 seasons prior to this one. So yeah, they know their way around UEFA competitions, but the Champions League is new to them, and it's an interesting dynamic that, you know, they've got their supporters here in the Union Saint-Gilloise yellow and blue. They are scattered around the stadium. I don't think it's going to be full. It certainly isn't full at the moment. Newcastle fans are filing in black and white to my right hand side as I speak, but yeah, they have home advantage, but not quite home advantage, if I can put it like that.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing. I think if we're honest, most of us hadn't really heard of Union Saint-Gilloise before Newcastle United were drawn against them.
No.
Yet their opening game, when they were such comfortable winners against the team, and I've forgotten who they beat in their opening game. PSV, that's who it was. I knew it was another team that Newcastle were going to come up against.
Yeah.
Might just have opened a few people's eyes.
Yeah, you could say that, but then you look at the result of other Dutch sides in the Champions League. I mean, Ajax went to Marseille last night and were absolutely battered.
Yeah.
You know, I think, if I'm right in saying, Ajax got beaten in their first game as well. So the standard of Dutch football doesn't seem to be where it was. So I'm not too sure how much you can read into that, but I suppose going away from home in the Champions League and winning so comfortably, you know, they have to be respected. And you look at the league table in the Belgian league, they're unbeaten this season. They've got maximum points, so they're obviously a decent side. They've got something about them, but how strong do you hold Belgian football? That, I suppose, that is the question. How strong is that Belgian league?
Well, they are the best that Belgium has to offer, Colin. Yeah, they are the best from last season. Also this season, top of the table. They are an interesting club because there's links to English football with Tony Bloom, who is the owner and chairman of Brighton. He bought them 7 years ago, got them promoted, and then a couple of years ago when Union SG were in the Europa League, Brighton also qualified. He had to reduce his shareholding in order to comply with UEFA's multi-club ownership rules, but they're clearly well run. They're clearly a club that is on the up and wants to stay at the top of Belgian football and compete in Europe regularly. And in terms of a couple of players, there are one or two really interesting cases and one or two interesting stories. Firstly, Ross Sykes, a defender who's on the bench. He is from Lancashire. He's a Burnley boy, but he's a Newcastle United fan. Picked Newcastle as his team when he was young. He was brought to Belgium from Accrington Stanley, having been playing in League One and has been around and playing a part in their success for the last 3 years. When Newcastle were in Dortmund 2 years ago in the Champions League, he was in the stands as a spectator, as a supporter, and he's on the bench tonight. So whatever happens, a bit like Andy Cook with Bradford in the League Cup last week, you just hope that he gets on and gets the opportunity. They also have a player, their captain, Christian Burgess, who started his career at Middlesbrough, had a loan spell at Hartlepool in the lower leagues, and has made more than 200 appearances now for Union SG since joining from Portsmouth 5 years ago. And their goalkeeper, I want to tell you about, who's playing tonight, Kjell Scherpen, who is a big boy, 6'8", and he played for Brighton alongside Dan Burn on his only Brighton appearance. So a couple of interesting facts about some of the players in the Belgians' side tonight.
Well, I want to see them stand next to each other, because according to a well-known internet encyclopedia, he's 6'9", 2 meters 6 centimeters. I mean, that's, you then expect your goalkeeper to dominate, Ando. That's the, because
tell you what, it's a long way down though.
Yeah.
It's a long way down to the ground. Okay, in the air, but anything on the ground, he's got a long way to go. You know, so you would expect him to dominate in the air, but we'll find out soon enough whether he can or not.
Yeah, there's a good Scottish name in there.
The thing about Belgian football is as well, you know, back in the when Alex Ferguson was at Manchester United, he sent a lot of the younger boys to play in Belgian football. John O'Shea,
Antwerp was where a lot of them went,
was a side that he used a lot. So you know, that's whether you read on the internet or not, I don't know. But look, you know, they obviously had a great season last season. They're going very, very well this season, but I mean, don't know a great deal about them. I mean, I suppose it says an awful lot about them when they have to play at Anderlecht because their own ground isn't up to the standard of Champions League quality to be able to play Champions League games there.
I just want to make, Colin, just generally, just expanding on what Ando said there. When Newcastle returned to the Champions League 2 years ago, they got 3 giants: AC Milan, Borussia Dortmund, Paris Saint-Germain. They played Barcelona 2 weeks ago. So 4 of the leading clubs in Europe, the biggest and best teams anywhere. This has a different feel to it. As Ando said, the Belgian league is not one of the strongest, but you have to respect a team that are champions and are currently top of the standings domestically. But it probably has more of a feel of a Europa League fixture, with all due respect, when you compare it to what's gone before, most recently in Newcastle's very recent Champions League history and return. Even just the feel about the place, smaller scale, smaller stadium, less interest from the international media and the local media here in Brussels as well. It just feels a little bit more low-key, but it's no less important because of the defeat by Barcelona and just generally with the way this season has gone. It's a massive game because they need to get some points on the board tonight. They've still got 6 more to play, but those games come quickly and then they'll start running out of opportunities. And last season, 11 points got Manchester City into the knockout phase playoff round, and that's the minimum Newcastle are looking to achieve. So you need 3 wins really, and hopefully they can get the first of those tonight.
Indeed. Just one more for you, Ando, on the team as we come back to the Newcastle United team before before I retreat and let you and Razor carry this right the way through to kick off, which is 16, 17 minutes away now. Dan Burn at left back, we talked about a little bit earlier on, and we'll come back to it once we see how he performs in the opening 15-20 minutes of this game. But that front 3 as well, Nick Voltemada now basically has to play every game. Razor kind of alluded to it earlier. He has to start now for as long as he's fit. Until Yohan Wissa is fit again, there is a lot of demand on him physically and a lot of pressure on him psychologically as well. He is the focal point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got Asula there as well, but you would think Voltemada is the main man. Got through the game well at the weekend. You know, obviously didn't play the full 90 minutes, but got his goal. I thought played well. His touch was good. Brought people into the game well. And the games are coming thick and fast. It's going to be really interesting how they use him. Is he going to be there game in, game out? Is there going to be a stage where you're going to have to put some faith in the Sula? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
We will indeed. Thank you very much for the moment, and John Anderson. This is time, like I say, for me to pull back from this and let Matthew Raisbeck in Brussels and John Anderson in the dry warmth of this BBC Radio Newcastle studio take you through the rest of the build-up. 15 minutes away from kick-off, then Newcastle United away to Union Saint-Gilloise in the Champions League. It's all Razor and Ando after this.
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
Dropped the dog lead. There was desperation. I phoned home to get help, to get them to come and pick me up. They couldn't. They were having tea. There was only one thing for it. Use the brassiere as a dog lead. That was perfect. Stretchy. For puppies of a different kind. Not embarrassed or shy to say that you can double use things like that. Pants as scrunchies. There isn't a woman out there that hasn't used a pair of pants as a scrunchie for a shower.
I haven't.
You've never used a pair of pants as a scrunchie?
No.
Oh God, what's wrong with me?
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport North East.
The Champions League. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And good evening to you again from Lotto Park in Brussels, the Belgian capital, the venue for tonight's Champions League encounter between Union Saint-Gilloise and Newcastle United. Their second match in the competition this season as they look for their first points in the new league phase. The first time that United have played in the Champions League since the format was changed. It's always been the group stages in the past. Now it is a 36 club league, and you would think the chances of getting through increase. The number of matches they play has certainly increased from 6 to 8, but after losing to Barcelona they've got to start picking up points. Ando, you would say, wouldn't you, that when you look at who else they have to travel to, that's Marseille, Bayer Leverkusen and Paris Saint-Germain in the final round of matches in January, that this is the most favourable looking away fixture that Newcastle have, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, I think when the fixtures came out, Razor, you looked at this one and you thought, big opportunity to go away from home and get points on the board. You know, as well as Union did last season, as well as they're doing this season. And to their credit, they've had a good start in the Champions League by going to PSV and winning. You'd have to say we've got to start big favourites to win tonight.
It's sunset in Brussels. We are an hour ahead on Central European time, so it is just after 6:30 in Belgium. The spotlights are on top of the roof on the stand on the far side, and Union SG play in yellow and blue, but the rest of this stadium is in the purple and white colours of Anderlecht, who normally play their home matches here, save for a small section of the end behind the goal to my right hand side, which is where the Newcastle United supporters are. They have the lower tier and the upper tier half of that stand behind the goal. The players have gone back inside after completing their warm-ups. There are sprinklers on the pitch, some ground staff and some camera operators nearby, and we're commentating to you from the back of the main stand behind the two benches. Newcastle United, 2 changes. Kieran Trippier and Anthony Elanga come in for Tino Livramento and Jacob Murphy, and it looks as though Livramento's knee injury is not as serious as first feared. He's expected to be out for between 6 to 8 weeks, which is very good news given the concern when he was taken off on a stretcher against Arsenal on Sunday. So the team is Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon and Voltemada. And Dan Burn at left back again, Ando, we've discussed, and it's something that we're still a little bit surprised about, but the rest of the team is certainly very strong, isn't it? What do you make of the Elanga inclusion ahead of Murphy or Barnes? That's the one of the 2 changes that we haven't really gone into detail about yet.
Yeah, I mean, you watched Elanga against against Barcelona in that first game in the Champions League, especially in that first half. His pace is electric, and I think with both him and Gordon, I think that's going to be applied tonight to use the pace that they've got. Hopefully Union will come on to us quite a bit. They will press people forward, they get people into advanced positions, and we'll look to break using the pace of those two. I mean, Alanga's it's been a stop-start sort of introduction for him, hasn't it? He's been in, he's been out, he's been back in, then he's been out again. So tonight's another opportunity for him. We know that the pace he's got is absolutely electric, and hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of that tonight.
On the bench for Newcastle, two goalkeepers, Aaron Ramsdale and Max Thompson, Lewis Hall, Fabian Schär, Harvey Barnes, Emil Kraft, William Osula, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock, Alex Murphy and Lewis Miley. Now, Newcastle's only win in the Champions League 2 seasons ago was at St James's, the unforgettable 4-1 success over PSG. Away from home, it's been a bit different for them, and actually a bit different longer term when they've played in Europe, albeit they haven't competed in European competition too many times in the last couple of decades. The record books show that it's only one win in their last 11 away matches in Europe, but they did draw 2 of their 3 games on the continent 2 years ago.
The away games that we experienced, I think, made us a better team to go back to the Premier League with. Milan, Dortmund and Paris. I mean, you don't get much harder in European competition, but I think in all of those games we were really competitive again, and I think we took that back into our domestic form and grew from it, even though they weren't wins. I think now we're judged slightly differently. I think the expectation's slightly different, and I think this will be a good challenge for us at a time in the season where we know we need to perform.
And they were big matches, tough matches, but they learnt a lot from what they experienced 2 years ago, and they've applied some of that, Ando, to this season, haven't they, by travelling early yesterday, training on the pitch in Belgium, which they didn't do in Milan, a match they ended up drawing 0-0, and in Dortmund, where they were beaten. They're also helped, aren't they, by the fact that, like 2 years ago, their away games are only a couple of hours away from Newcastle. The team flies direct. They don't have to go to the outer reaches of Europe. They don't have to go to Kazakhstan like Real Madrid did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate what we've got, not too much travelling involved. Eddie Howe will be delighted with that as well. I mean, as you say, after this one we go to Marseille, Leverkusen and PSG. So it could have been an awful lot worse from a travelling point of view. But look, tonight it's just a skip across the water, isn't it? So hopefully we can get this campaign up and running. It was always going to be difficult against Barcelona. I thought we gave it a right go in the first half. I thought second half Barcelona controlled the game because they just kept the ball and moved us from side to side, and when we got the ball we didn't keep it well enough. So I don't expect Union to be anywhere near the same type of quality as what Barcelona were, so it's an opportunity for us to get up and running in this competition.
But they are the Belgian champions. They made a great start to the new season as well, unbeaten in their league, top of the table, 6 points clear, 7 wins, 2 draws from 9 matches. Those are the stats domestically. Eddie Howe knows that they are, despite not being one of the bigger names in Europe, a strong side.
Yeah, we certainly don't underestimate anybody, and I think that comes down to fundamentally our reviewing of our opponents, which I'll do personally, as I always do, and it's a case of judging strengths and weaknesses and then figuring out a way to try and be competitive in the game and ultimately win. But I think for any team to be at this level and to be top of their league and playing in the way that they are, demand respect. Full credit to everyone connected with the club, because it's been a dramatic rise and sustained success. It's not been just one season. They were knocking on the door to win the league, then they've won the league, and now deservedly in the Champions League. So no, we'll be fully focused and fully ready.
But they're not playing at their home ground because it doesn't meet the UEFA requirements for European competition. So we are across Brussels at Lotto Park, the home of Anderlecht.
I'll still be at very very home-based crowd. I'm sure they'll be very supportive to them. So I don't see a lot really that changes from a normal away game for us. We'll have our following with us, and I'm sure they'll be amazing as they always are. And I think it's up to us to get them involved in the game.
Well, thousands of Geordies have turned Brussels black and white over the last couple of days. Those lucky enough to have tickets are in position now to the right-hand side. Many travelled over without a ticket for the game. That tends to happen on the European trips. It's important for supporters sometimes just to make the journey to be with other Geordies, other Newcastle fans, and sample these big European occasions. Watching, I'm sure, from the city centre, from the Irish bar that was designated as an away fan pub in one of the squares in Brussels. And with it being an early kick-off, they'll all be able to meet up again tonight after the match has finished. We are awaiting the arrival of the two teams. Let's have a look at how Union Saint-Gilloise line up. In goal, Kjell Scherpen. Then at the back, Kevin McAllister, the brother of Alexis McAllister from Liverpool. Christian Burgess, the former Middlesbrough and Hartlepool player, he's the captain. And Fede Lezen is the left-sided defender. It's a 3-4-3 for the Belgians tonight. On the right-hand side, Anan Kalaili, in the middle Adem Zorgan and Camille van der Peer, and on the left Ousseynou Niang with Anwar 8 El Hadj in the number 10 role, just playing behind Kevin Rodriguez and the Canadian international Promise David, who's got 5 goals in 9 matches this season and got their first goal in their win over PSV in their opening match, their Champions League debut. Here are the two teams in Brussels, Union Saint-Gilloise, and for the first time away from home this season in the Champions League, Newcastle United. Champions League theme, that iconic music, never fails to move you, does it? Real sense of pride among the away supporters, belting out the last line, the champions, as the music came to an end and the players from both teams shake hands and high five on the halfway line. The Champions League black and white starred football flag is removed from the centre circle. There is UEFA Champions League branding with club crests still on the pitch, and the teams now going to pose for pre-match photographs. Newcastle in black and white stripes, white shorts and socks, Pope in light blue, and Union Saint-Gilloise, their home colours. Yellow shirts with navy across the neck, shoulders and sleeves, navy shorts and yellow socks, and goalkeeper Scherpen in green. Atmosphere's pretty good. The stadium has filled up a little bit. It is not full to capacity, but it's only 3 miles away from where Union SG normally play. They don't get huge crowds because they can't get them in, basically, in their home stadium, but those that are here generating a big atmosphere. And it is, John Anderson, a huge night for Newcastle United because they want to get their Champions League campaign up and running. We've talked so often about how important it is to be here from a club profile point of view, financially, what the Champions League is worth. They made around 30 million 2 seasons ago. They've already made 16 million this season just for qualifying, but they're not here to make up the numbers. They want to get through and want to succeed on the football pitch as well as have the financial boost.
Yeah, look, it's not just about kickstarting your Champions League, Razor. It's about kickstarting your season. You know, we said at the weekend it was an opportunity for us to go and kickstart the season against Arsenal, and that didn't work out. We thought that Bradford would have been a confidence boost, scoring those 4 goals. went ahead against Arsenal and then gave 2 poor goals away from a defensive point of view because they're set piece goals, especially with the height that we have in the side. So it's not just about kickstarting the Champions League campaign, it's about kickstarting our season.
We're almost ready to go with you on BBC Radio Newcastle in the Champions League. Newcastle United, Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali ready to get the match underway. Newcastle's second in the Champions League this season, beaten by Barcelona, now in Belgium. Their 18th European campaign. This is their 142nd European match. They are shooting towards the goal to the right and have gone on the attack up this near side, the right wing. Bruno wanted a free kick. It's cleared by Union Saint-Gilloise, and Kieran Trippier in possession. Up the line to Anthony Elanga, laid off to Bruno, swept up to Voltemade, edge of the area, gets dispossessed. And now the opportunity for the home side to clear, helped on by the striker Promise David, but Sven Botman gets to the ball, comes away with it. Might have been fouled, but the referee allows play to continue. And the referee tonight is Urs Schneider, who's from Switzerland, a regular in UEFA competitions. All the officials are Swiss, and I don't think this happens very often. The assistant referees are identical twins, and one of them on the far side has to put his flag up and award a free kick, alert the referee to blow the whistle, because Joe Linton clumsily has committed a foul in the corner on the far side. Newcastle's left and about in line with the penalty spot, the edge of the penalty area. After a minute and a half, they have a free kick to defend.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about identical twins. I wonder if they'll make identical mistakes, Razor.
Well, Joe Linton with a typical Joe Linton challenge out on the far side, and a free kick is about to be delivered. It's rolled back, and now the cross comes in, left-footed from the right. Kieran Trippier tries to head clear. It's outside the penalty area. Elanga makes a challenge, headed on by Union SG, then Botman to Trippier and lifted away, but out on this near side. Home supporters making plenty of noise and enjoying these early periods of pressure, but 0-0 as the ball is thrown back in towards Burgess on halfway. His dark hair in a ponytail, back it goes to the giant goalkeeper Sherpen, and out to Burgess again. Left-footed chip into the United half. Trippier on his chest, it's given away. Then a through ball that Pope comes to the edge of the area to pick up, and a chance to calm things down. Overarm throw out to the left to Dan Burn, who is at full-back in a 4. Joe Linton wide to Gordon, just kept in, and although he slipped, Anthony Gordon has been able to win a throw for Newcastle. A reminder, it's Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Burn, Bruno Tonali, Joe Linton, Elanga, Gordon, Voltemade through the middle.
Yeah, it's been a messy start, hasn't it, from both sides, Razor?
Voltemade's got it in an attacking position, rolled inside to Gordon, but it was just away from him, too close to the defender, and now cleared straight to Kieran Trippier. United trying to stay on the attack. Bruno out to Elanga on the touchline, inside to Bruno, edge of the penalty area. Tonali, good first touch. Bruno in the box, laid off. Elanga shot blocked. He might get another chance. Union SG can't get it clear. Now they win it properly, and away it goes. Chow helps it back to Tonali, appeals for a foul, nothing given. And despite the protests from the home side, and Newcastle in possession with Dan Burn in his own half, on to Joe Linton, holding off his man. Tonali tries to carry it forwards, it's blocked. Burn to Gordon, and out for a Newcastle United throw. Gordon takes a quick one into Voltemade, up onto his chest, but then dispossessed. And Anwar 8 El Hadj with a forward pass. Botman is there, plenty of space. Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 0 in the 5th minute, Ando.
Yeah, it's all very sloppy, isn't it? Neither side really able to get hold of it and keep it. A little bit hectic at the moment. The game hasn't really settled down yet.
It's going to be a corner kick to the hosts. Botman and Byrne complain to the assistant referee. However, it is a decision that goes against Newcastle United, so they are back to defend once again. Everybody in black and white in the box. They've got Van der Peer on the corner of the penalty area if they want to go short. One other outside the box, everybody else in the corners towards the penalty spot, headed towards goal, then headed over near to the post. Got up well. It's the striker Kevin Rodriguez, the Ecuadorian international, one of the two big lads up front, along with Promise David, the Canadian, and he climbed well enough, but the header wasn't coming down in time.
Yeah, it's half a chance, isn't it? He's always leaning backwards though. Difficult to direct it on goal. Just couldn't keep the ball down and it's flown over the top.
Newcastle go long with their goal kick from Pope through the middle towards Joelinton, but Newcastle are without it again, and then it's into the penalty area, a header back to Pope by Bruno. Just need to try and calm things down a little bit. It's a vibrant home stadium and home crowd, everything you'd expect from an away match on the continent. And they look long from Pope for Voltemada and Gordon on the left. It's lifted clear, Joelinton in midfield, header backwards, Bruno stabs it on, Voltemada brilliantly laid off to Trippier, and it's found its way towards Elanga, and it's a Newcastle throw despite Elanga wanting a free kick when the challenge came in from Ousseynou Niang. Not shoulder to shoulder with him, but last touch was off a yellow and blue shirt. Trippier 30 yards out, angled throw to Elanga, takes a touch, he's dispossessed, Tonali's won it back, Joelinton controls, Voltemada tried to take it on the half turn, but it's cleared as far as Trippier. Now Tonali and Elanga, and Elanga's gone down, but Tonali finds Bruno, 1-2 with Joelinton, back into the middle from Bruno, and attempted clearance that's gone backwards and has to be punched by the Union SG goalkeeper. It's a bit messy, not the most convincing defending, and Newcastle staying on the attack with Anthony Gordon in the centre, 30 yards out. Trippier looking for Voltemada with the cross, it's too long. Gordon goes to retrieve it and gets there in the corner on the left and wins a throw.
Yeah, it's not the greatest goalkeeping in the world, is it? 6'9", whatever he is, you'd expect somebody of that height to just come and grab that. He decides to punch it and he keeps his side under pressure. I mean, it was an easy take for him, but like a lot of European keepers, he decided to punch and got away with it.
Away fans finding their voice behind the goal, watching on as Big Dan Byrne lobs a long throw to the near post. It's a Union SG header, and now Rodriguez, the striker. Joelinton's down in the box, and the referee Schneider has stopped the match. Possibility of a head injury. He went up in the challenge there when the long throw came in, and although Newcastle didn't win the ball, Joelinton was close and got caught in the act of challenging for it. He's okay without treatment, and the match will be able to resume in a moment. It's 0-0 in Brussels. And throw up the far touchline. Byrne flicks it back towards halfway. Trippier forwards onto Bruno, just inside the attacking half of the pitch. Byrne's got time, goes on the outside to Gordon, inside to Bruno, back to Gordon. That's nicely worked. Gordon carries on his run, and when the challenge came in, the referee was giving himself a moment to see if it was going to run for an advantage. It didn't, and it's brought back for a Newcastle United free kick, left of centre, just past the halfway line. 0-0.
Yeah, good refereeing, wasn't it? He just waited to see if the advantage was there. It wasn't, so he pulled it back.
9 minutes played. Trippier to Chow, and Botman misses out Chow, comes back to Trippier, just behind halfway, up the line. Elanga is quick, but not quick enough to get on the end of that, though he applauds Trippier for the pass forwards in behind, but a goal kick. And they've got two defenders in the box, one of them Burgess is going to take it. I mentioned him earlier, formerly of Middlesbrough and Hartlepool, and the Newcastle fan Ross Sykes is one of Union Saint-Gilloise substitutes this evening, hoping to get on at some stage. Chow wins a header, Tanali mops up, finds Joelinton, and Dan Burn takes it away into space, far side of the pitch. Tanali comes to get it short, straight back to Burn, then Botman on the edge of the penalty area, up to Bruno, faced up by Adam Zorgan, the Algerian in midfield for the Belgian side, as United work it up to halfway, and it's neatly done, as we're now getting used to seeing from Voltemada. Tidy play, holding it up, and now a pass from left to right over to Trippier. Elanga inside to Tanali. This is what we want to see from Newcastle, controlling possession, moving the ball, quietening the crowd. Joelinton looking for Bruno, they've lost it though, and after Joelinton's pass was misplaced, Bruno has committed a foul just ahead of halfway.
Yeah, kept it well, didn't they? Just trying to frustrate, trying to drag your opponents onto you, looking for that gap to open up.
Botman for Tanali, Burn, Joelinton. It's one-touch Newcastle football. Gordon then on the spin tried to whip one round for Voltemada in the middle, but it got away from the big German. And now Dan Burn wins it back, stepping up to halfway, on to Voltemada, and a foul from behind by a sliding Burgess. Whistle's gone for another Newcastle United free kick. This one is about 35 yards from the goal, and they are sending Botman, Burn and Chow up from the back. Tanali preparing to take it as Trippier holds his position next to the centre circle. Jason Tyndall off the bench, pointing players into the correct position. They are on the edge of the penalty area. Gordon is wide left if they want to play a short pass along the floor and get it into the wings. Otherwise, Tanali might just stick it in there, which he does. It's helped on, it's a corner. It's off at Union SG head. Newcastle United with another set piece. This time Tanali's having to come out to the near right hand side, next to the away supporters, and those who weren't on their feet are now on their feet to serenade the Italian, who grabs the ball and has support short from Elanga. Union SG have left one player up in attack and brought everybody else back. Tanali, an out-swinging corner kick, flat and cleared away immediately by the first defender. Elanga back to Tanali, then Elanga gets it again, got the chance to cross. Elanga gives it to Tanali, who whips in one first time. Keeper's punched it, and Joelinton took it down, but then the shot, which he had to release quickly, is over the top with Sherpen scrambling and trying to get back on his line.
Yeah, not too convinced about this goalkeeper. I mean, it's another one where you think a British keeper would come and just collect that. He decides to punch again, but it's a poor punch. He punches it down into the ground.
Newcastle playing it well. They've won it back from the goal kick. Tanali, Bruno, Gordon all involved. Then a pass up to the edge of the area for Voltemada. Can't get him into the game, but it's with Trippier now. And a switch from right to left to big Dan Burn. Brought under control. And forwards they go with Gordon, who beats one but not the second defender, and it's slammed out of play into the lower section of the stand on the far side. Dan Burns got a spare ball, and I think they're going to go for another long throw. Seeing so much of this, not just at Newcastle but in the Premier League this season from many teams, long throws. And here is Byrne again towards the near post area, misses everybody out, hits a defender and goes behind. So although it didn't have the intended effect of creating a chance, it has led to a corner kick, and the defender, it just hit him. Fede Lezen, the left-sided centre-back, and
just didn't react to it, Razor, did he?
Far side.
Yeah, he just didn't react to it, just came to him quick.
15th minute, BBC Radio Newcastle in the Champions League. Tonali seems to be the set-piece taker tonight. Byrne and Voltemade next to the goalkeeper. Tonali drops it into the 6-yard box. It goes behind again for another corner. There you have 6'6", 6'7", and depending on which source you use, 6'8" or 6'9" for the keeper.
Yeah,
three giants, and they're together again as Tonali prepares Ando to deliver another corner. See if he can pick someone out in black and white this time. No, headed clear by Anan Kalaili, the Union SG winger. It's a Newcastle throw though, to the surprise of some of the home supporters, but I think what we're seeing now, Ando, is Newcastle starting to have some control and influence over this game. They've had a lot of the ball in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, the control and the tempo of the game, aren't they? Passing the ball well enough. All we need now is that final ball, isn't it, in those areas. We need to get the ball into the final third of the pitch and cause them more problems.
Voltemade received it and was fouled after holding it up. Free kick in the middle of the park. Elanga, space for the cross. It's a good one, but Voltemade just couldn't get there. Tonali, follow up, it's in. Sandro Tonali, it took a big deflection, but the Italian celebrates and gets the congratulations as Newcastle United take the lead in Brussels. Elanga, it was a good ball in towards Voltemade, headed clear. On the follow-up, Sandro Tonali, and in the 17th minute, it's Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 1.
Yeah, I was just saying you need to get that ball into the final third, and that's exactly what's happened. It's a decent ball in by Elanga. He just whips it in there. Decent enough header as well. It's Voltemade who gets the goal. It's a great flick actually, Razor, when you see it again. Just totally wrong foots the goalkeeper. Tonali coming onto it, or does it come off the defender? I'm not too sure. It's one. At first it looked like Voltemade had flicked it, but in second looks may well have come off the defender. But either way, ball's ended up in the back of the net and 1-0. They've been the better side in this opening 17 minutes as well. They've had more of the ball. Hopefully they can go on and get another couple now.
Felt like the goal was coming, and it has arrived, and Elanga's got it back now, and they're looking for a quick second. Voltemade to Gordon. There are bodies back, but black and white shirts getting forward. Gordon beats one, inside to Voltemade. Bruno can have it, laid off to Tonali. Does he fancy another? Wide right to Bruno. Trippier in support as well, close to the touchline, gets it onto Elanga, but just ahead of Elanga, and that's a goal kick. It's a shame that what looked like a promising break amounts to nothing in the end. Newcastle United 1-0 up in Belgium. Now, I'm in the stadium in Brussels. John Anderson's back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio, which is not our usual setup. We are normally both together when we bring you commentary on every Newcastle match. But interestingly, Ando, you have a television screen with replays, and I don't. So for anything like that, I'm relying on you seeing the close-ups and the replays.
I've only seen it once, Razor. Yeah. I need to see it again.
It's like you've got VAR and I haven't.
Well, VAR usually get it wrong, don't they? So it looked like Voltemade flicked it, but there's a defender directly behind him, so it's one I need to see again.
Yeah, well, the match delegates from UEFA have given it to Tonali, but we will review it. The main thing is it's Newcastle's goal, 1-0 ahead, and they could really strengthen their grip on this match in the first half. A good opening 20 minutes. Bruno with a free kick to take. Eddie Howe in black training gear tonight. Jason Tindall next to him in white, standing at the edge of the technical area. Howe with his arms folded, watching the ball go back to Botman. Gordon around the defender one side, goes the other and gets taken down, and the whistle's gone for a Newcastle free kick, and they do seem very much in command. Union SG struggling to get the ball. This is where a second goal could come from. This is what they'll hope to do, press home that advantage that they already have. The Belgians made a big start on their Champions League debut, winning 3-1 in the Netherlands against PSV, but it's been different tonight. And Newcastle with Elanga, and 3 in the middle for the cross. Anthony Gordon wide at the near post, just tried to sneak it inside the post, past the goalkeeper at the near side, but too much height on the finish from Gordon, and it remains 1-0.
Yeah, good break again. Decent ball again from Elanga. He's getting plenty of space on this right side. Difficult one for Gordon. Just couldn't control it, couldn't keep it down.
Played over to the far side by Kevin Rodriguez, but intercepted by Dan Burn. Then a ball forwards is cut out by Sven Botman. Joelinton to Bruno. High tempo about Newcastle's play, full of attacking intent, trying to go forwards every time. Tonali from Trippier's pass on halfway, dispossessed, and that will be a free kick given against Trippier for tripping Ousseynou Niang, Senegalese winger, close to the near touchline. It went out for a throw. Referee had a think and awarded the free kick. To be fair, he's not given the home team much. They got a decision there, and they have a chance to attack through Niang. Goes between two players but isn't strong enough. Tonali and Bruno, and play on as Chow looks for Gordon through the middle. His first touch isn't what he was hoping for, and it's up into midfield. And now back with Kevin McAllister, one of their goal scorers against PSV Eindhoven 2 weeks ago. He's the right-sided of the 3 Union Saint-Gilloise centre-halves tonight. Slap bang in the centre of midfield, the Algerian Adam Zorgan. Good ball, Niang, deflected cross, behind off Trippier. It hit the side netting, but it never threatened to go in. It will be a corner kick, and that's better from the home team. Met with the approval of the supporters. 22 minutes played, 1-0 Newcastle, but a corner kick to deal with now on this near left-hand side.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of them as an attacking force, have we? They've got a chance to load the box up here.
And it's about to come in from Zorgan, headed away by Tonali. He was at the back of the 6-yard box, and it's flicked behind for another corner. Newcastle have enjoyed about 2/3 of the possession so far. Tonali's goal has them in a 1-0 lead. And this is the second corner kick from the other side this time. An outswinger. It's a Newcastle header, then volleyed back in, blocked by Elanga, half cleared, and a shot, powerfully struck shot from Adam Zorgan, saved by Nick Pope in the centre of the goal, low down. First time Pope's been needed. Here they go, Bruno, got a chance Newcastle to play in Elanga. Voltemada and Gordon in the middle. Elanga's dinked cross is behind, but it went behind before the defender touched it. And a goal kick, great position, but a disappointing delivery moments after Pope had made an important but comfortable save, Ando.
Yeah, it was a comfortable save. I mean, it's a decent hit, but straight at the keeper, he just palms it down. Yeah, very comfortable. And then at the other end we break. Ball from Elanga's got to be better, hasn't it? You know, he's got time, he's getting plenty of space on this right hand side, Razor. You know, they're giving them plenty of room, and that could cause them a lot of problems. They need to get tighter to him.
Well, there is now a free kick in the middle of the park. Burgess, tall, rather angular defender, with a left-footed pass, and now a ball into the corner on the far side, nicely worked by Union SG. Kevin Rodriguez goes around Botman, who manages to block the cross. That was a dangerous moment. Botman got turned inside out there, but recovered well. Corner kick.
Yeah, they've had a bit more of it in the last couple of minutes, haven't they? They started slowly, but they've come to life in the last few minutes.
Back defending. Been a few of these corners and set pieces for Union SG. Ilanga heads away, and then another shot sent back in. Adam Zorgan again. Pope down low to deal with it and palm it behind. Might have been going wide anyway, but the goalkeeper needed to make sure.
Yeah, he did. He couldn't take any chances and needed to get down and push that one round the post. But as I say, the last couple of minutes since the goal, all of a sudden they've sprung into life a little bit.
The set-piece delivery's been decent. This time they meet the corner with a header over the top. Newcastle United goal kick. They have a 1-0 lead. Sandro Tonali, the scorer. The corners are coming in from Anwar 8 El Hadj, Belgian under-21 international, just playing behind the two strikers. He gets good whip on the ball, doesn't he? They tend to go into dangerous areas. Always the frustration is when they hit the first man, but most of his have been decent. This is Byrne to Bruno. His first touch took him into a problem area. Byrne then makes a challenge to stop the break. Zorgan passes it out wide right to Kalaili, the Israeli international, and now it's back to the goalkeeper. Sherpen, closed down by Voltemade, edge of the box, to the left to Burgess. Slipped a little as the ball came his way, but he safely plays it back inside to his goalkeeper. Rolls the ball forwards, still going, he's outside the box. Then a long chip into the Newcastle half, headed on by Promise David, cleared by United into the central part of the pitch. Zorgan tries to chip one in behind Byrne, in between Byrne and Botman, but Sven Botman read the situation, got it away. Newcastle can't hold it, and after a period of dominance, scoring the only goal through Sandro Tonali, they've now had a couple of minutes without the ball. This is better from the home team, and Newcastle just having to defend a little and stay organised, and there they were. It's an offside from a diagonal ball. Kieran Trippier with a free kick in the right back position, and a reminder that the team is Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne in a back four, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon wide, Voltemade through the middle. The two changes, Elanga for Jacob Murphy and Trippier for Livramento, and Cher is back on the bench after missing a few matches with a head injury. Free kick into Joelinton in the centre of midfield. Dan Byrne comes inside, then passes it out wide left to Anthony Gordon, gets away from his man to the feet of Tonali in the centre circle, over to Trippier, and Elanga up ahead, given to Anthony Elanga. Trippier goes on the overlap. Elanga's ball inside to Tonali, inviting one for Trippier to deliver across. Joelinton, header just wide from about the penalty spot from Joelinton after another good Newcastle move. The Trippier cross, precise into the middle, and Joelinton, standing in the centre of the box, planted a header on the ball, and it's narrowly wide of the goalkeeper's left-hand post, and he's been hurt again and is going to need treatment this time.
It's a big chance, isn't it? I mean, what, penalty spot? Got to hit the target. Hits the target, that's 2-0, isn't it? But it's a big opportunity for him to get himself another goal, and he's put it the wrong side of the post.
The doctor and a physio have gone on to give treatment to Joelinton. Tonali, Elanga, Trippier are with Eddie Howe by the side of the pitch, and the manager's got his arm around Anthony Elanga, explaining something to him. A stretcher has been readied in the corner, but that might just be what they do as a matter of course. There have been 29 minutes of action here in Brussels, BBC Radio Newcastle, and Joe Linton's on his feet, he's okay, no need for the stretcher, and the match can resume again shortly. This is Newcastle's first game against Belgian opposition since the Europa League campaign of 2012-13. You'll remember their home and away ties against Club Brugge. Ando, they won at St James's, and then 2-2 away with goals from Shola Amiobi and Vernon Anita. They've also played the likes of Royal Antwerp. They've played Anderlecht. That was back in 1970, the year after they won the Fairs Cup, when they were back in it. Zulte Waregem in the UEFA Cup, Sporting Lokeren in the Intertoto Cup. So they've been in Belgium plenty of times before over the years. And they're now 142 match European history. 1-0 up through Sandro Tonali's goal, although the big screen graphics have changed it and have given it to Nick Voltemade now. So you might have been right the first time. And he is across from the left from Union Saint-Gilloise. Far side of the penalty area. Gordon's done well to win it back, but then has been dispossessed. And Zorgan finds a teammate, but the pass inside is straight to a black and white shirt. Tonali tries to come away with it and has lost it. And there could be trouble on the edge of the area. Deflected shot from Eight El Hadj. Nick Pope picks it up, rolls it out to Anthony Elanga. The goal initially credited to Tonali, but it deflected in off Voltemade. With that type of precision, Ando, and sharp analysis, you could be a video assistant referee, couldn't you?
Thanks, Razor.
Well, you saw the tiniest touch or whatever flick it was off Voltemade and called it right away. Main thing is it's 1-0 Newcastle. Tonali's got the ball, gets it from Botman, steps over halfway on the left-hand side. Trippier square across the centre circle, takes a touch up the line to Elanga, 30 yards out. Bruno's available inside. Elanga lifted it over the boot of the defender, but it ran out of room as he went up the touchline, and it's gone for a throw.
Yeah, you need to get him more of the ball. He's getting plenty of space on this right side. Just standing off. That's a dangerous ploy. Just get more of the ball to him.
Trippier's won it back from the throw. Voltemade has shown some good feet initially under pressure. Then Trippier makes a block after it's won back by Camille van de Peer, the UNSG midfielder. And now from the throw on the near side, Burgess to Sherpin, the goalkeeper, and it was a ball fired up to the feet of Kelaili, who had to stretch to divert it into the path of a teammate. Managed to complete the pass, but it was one that could have had Newcastle in. Then it's given away by the Belgians straight to Chow and on to Bruno, and United on the attack again, and Elanga on another one of those runs, goes on the outside into the box. Elanga's cut back, just couldn't reach Voltemade. They get a throw.
Yet again, though, Rose, they're giving him far too much room. Elanga, he's just getting. If you give him that much room and allow him to run at you, he's going to do you all the time. You need to get close. They need to get closer to him and try and stop him.
Trippier. Elanga comes inside, facing his own goal, goes back to Trippier, then Chow takes a touch, turns away, back to Nick Pope, who leaves the penalty area. 1-0 Newcastle lead. Bruno drops in deep to get it up to Voltemade, and that's into space where Trippier gets onto the ball, back inside to Voltemade in central midfield. Joelinton has Gordon available up in the attacking half, goes back to Byrne, then Tonali. They've worked it really well, 1 and 2 touch passing. Trippier to Elanga, and there's 4 in the middle. Elanga comes back, gets tackled, and it's disappointing that after such good build-up they can't produce a cross, but Trippier and Byrne have got possession again for Newcastle. Good recovery, and Elanga makes a run. Trippier's pass looks for him, edge of the area, volleyed away by Burgess. kept in by Zorgan. Now with McAllister. Small for a centre-back, Kevin McAllister, only 5'8". His goalkeeper is a foot taller than him. He's brought it up to halfway. Then a diagonal ball. Trippier's got eyes on this and gets his head on it. So Union SG header back into their own half of the field. 10 minutes to half-time. Interesting back pass from near to halfway. Sherpen, the goalkeeper, goes long. Dan Burn rises, heads it against an opponent. Joe Linton, that's a foul on halfway as he tried to stab it clear. And Joe Linton is shown a yellow card. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 1. Joe Linton in the
He's
book.
saying that's my first foul. Well, actually, no, it's not.
Well, there was one in the corner very early on.
I would be amazed if Joe Linton hadn't made a foul before the 40th minute, 35th minute, whatever it may be. 35 minutes gone, and you're saying you made your first foul. No, Joe, not having that.
The free kick will be taken just next to the halfway line, just ahead of it actually, so slightly into Newcastle United territory. It's on the centre spot now and played left of centre. It goes to 8 El Hadj. Tonali intercept. Bruno, it's gone out. Back to halfway. Botman stabs clear at forward ball. Tonali onto Bruno, holds off his man, finds Voltemada, takes a touch. Gordon sidesteps one. Tonali makes the run. Gordon to Voltemada, pulls it away. Elanga could be played in. Tonali's free to the left. They use Elanga up the right. Tonali back post. Gordon in the middle. It's blocked by the defender, and the keeper gets hands on the ball. Newcastle with a couple of appeals for a possible foul, maybe handball. Nothing given.
Yeah, but
they just couldn't quite get that one right.
Yeah, yet again, Elanga, so much room on this right side. They haven't learned a lesson so far. It's a great ball with the defended as well, actually, to get something on it. But yet again, too much space for Elanga.
Union SG with passes across midfield over to the right wing, looking for Promise David, and Chow got something on that. It ended up in the hands of Pope. It was a good physical battle. It's Newcastle's ball in the 38th minute with a 1-0 advantage. The goal from Voltemada. Tonali shots touching the German on the way in. Halfway line on this near left-hand side, Usainu Niang. He's playing his football in Latvia, and Union SG signed him last year. Back to his defenders up this near side. Newcastle say it went out, the officials say not. Trippier's got it now though, and Bruno up ahead of him. Nutmeg from Bruno, good skill, and Voltemada in the centre. Niang with a trip. And Bruno asks why that's not a yellow card, as his forward run was ended cynically, and Eddie Howe has a conversation with the fourth official as United restart the match quickly with a free kick into the centre of midfield. Tonali and Joe Linton trying to combine, but they've lost it. However, a decision has gone the way of Newcastle United for the challenge on Tonali, and a yellow card is shown to Camille van de Peer, the young Belgian midfielder. Tonali was down in a heap. He's getting back up now, but the home supporters thought they might have been in Ando. Then the referee's whistle.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that would have been a
quick
free.
Stop to that counter-attack.
There's no way in the world that's a foul in the Premier League, Razor. Yes, he goes to the ground, but he wins the ball so cleanly. No stud shown either. but that's the difference between the Premier League and playing in Europe.
From the free kick, Bruno's giving it away. Botman trying to win it back from Rodriguez. I mentioned they've got two big strikers, 6'3" Rodriguez, and David is 6'5". Rodriguez on the near side trying to make life difficult for Trippier. Elanga's done well to get the ball back, and now he's found Bruno inside for Joelinton. Gordon free to the left. Newcastle over halfway with Gordon. Voltemada sprinting up in the centre. Gordon with two defenders ahead of him, cuts inside, rolls it on to Joelinton, back towards Gordon, but he couldn't take it in his stride, and it's brought away. They have threatened to extend their lead. It's 1-0, and that was another turnover and a quick break, and it just lacked the final ball. But plenty of numbers in the attack. They are not hanging about. They're getting players up the pitch as quickly as they can. Botman follows Rodriguez into the middle of his own half, and the centre forward lays it off. It's now from Niang onto the chest of David, hoisted up into the air, away by Byrne. Forwards it goes from the home team straight to Dan Byrne in the left corner. Bruno to Joelinton. First time goes backwards to Tonali, then Bruno. Gordon comes short. They go up to big Voltemada, who brings it back and chips it to Trippier in space. His awareness and vision is so good, and Trippier up the line for Elanga. Again with plenty of room. Trippier goes on the outside. Elanga a step over, comes inside and gets chopped down. It was a heavy touch from Elanga, but the challenge took him down after he'd got away. After the piece of skill.
Penalty, Razor.
And a penalty has been awarded to Newcastle United. The referee pointed, just trying to see whether it was in the box or not. You in the studio, Ando, have the benefit of a replay, and Newcastle United have a penalty kick in the 42nd minute, already with a 1-0 lead here in Brussels, and looking to go 2 up just before half time in the Champions League.
Yeah, nailed on penalty. It's just late. The centre back, yet again, I've been saying it all game, they're just giving Elanga so much space to pick it up and run, and it's causing them all sorts of problems.
Well, Nick Voltemada looks like he wants to take it. Joelinton's got his arm around him. Kieran Trippier did that thing that he has done before, where he picks up the ball, goes to the penalty spot, but it's going to be Anthony Gordon, the penalty kick taker. Callum Wilson, Alexander Isak are no longer at the club. Gordon's taken penalties before, mostly successfully, and their goal scorer against Barcelona can make it 2-2 in the Champions League, but most importantly tonight can double the advantage just before half time. Gordon against Sherpen from 12 yards. Newcastle United's penalty. Anthony Gordon from the right boot, bottom corner, sending the keeper the wrong way. Confidently dispatched by Gordon, and it's Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 2. That's a great penalty.
Yeah, good penalty. Just waiting for the keeper to go, didn't he? Keeper gets drawn. He's just tucked it in the other corner. But yet again, it's Elanga that's causing all the problems, because they're not getting close to him in the first place, letting him run, and with the pace that he's got, just causing them all sorts of problems.
Well, Elanga gets the credit for drawing the foul just inside the box, and Gordon stepped up and put it away against a big goalkeeper. Although you said earlier it's a long way down from 6'8", 6'9". He went the wrong way anyway. And Gordon, after Voltemada credited with the first goal, diverting Tonali's shot into the net, has extended Newcastle's lead, and it's been in many ways the perfect first half in Europe away from home. It's not over yet. Job's not even half done, because we're not quite at the interval, John Anderson, but it's exactly what you would have wanted on a night where you felt they really had to get a result, and it's heading in that direction.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for better. You know, they got the goal. All of a sudden Union came back into it a little bit, when I'm saying come back into it, had a bit more of the ball without really creating a great deal. but away from home in Europe, it's been a decent performance all round.
They were almost in again, but Voltemada got tackled just next to the centre circle with Joelinton and Gordon on their way up the left-hand side. Hiro Union SG inside the penalty area, just over. Right-footed shot on the half volley from Anwar 8 El Hajj after a low cross in from the touchline. That will be a chance. It's probably about as close as they've come. They've had a couple of shots pretty easily saved by Nick Pope. It missed the target, but good position.
Yeah, should have done better. It's a poor effort. It bounces up nicely for him, just doesn't get over it. He scoops it really, doesn't he? Doesn't get a great deal of power in it. It just lifts over the bar. Nick Pope always had it covered.
I know what you think of a scooped shot, because that's what Bruno Guimaraes does, and it's not your preferred technique in front of goal, is it?
Well, you're not going to trouble goalkeepers, and you're not going to get a great deal of power on the shot if it's scooped, and it's only going to go one way as well, isn't it? That's up.
Anthony Gordon joins Craig Bellamy, Kieran Dyer, Lomana Lualua, Nobby Solano and Hugo Viana on 2 Champions League goals following his penalty tonight. 2-0 the score. Elanga, who's had considerable influence on the game, back to Byrne. We have played the 45 minutes. First half. We are now into an additional period. And it's with Rodriguez on the far side and Elanga, who has switched flanks with Gordon in his closing minutes of the opening half. He's on the left, has been fouled again. Joelinton gives the ball to Dan Byrne to take the free kick. BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier up to Gordon, back to Tonali, and now Trippier up the line to Voltemada, who's come out wide right. Gordon's in a central position, gives his man the spin and the slip, and it's Byrne. Elanga wants it tight to the touchline, just ahead of halfway, straight back towards Byrne, slightly away from him, and the big man had to stretch to find Bruno. United have kept possession. Tonali here linking up with Byrne, and now Bruno back to Botman. Nick Pope's available. They go to Joelinton, on to Chow just inside his own penalty area. Trippier on the touchline, and there goes the half-time whistle from the Swiss referee Urs Schneider, bringing to a close a very positive opening 45 on the continent for Newcastle United, whose last Champions League away victory was in February 2003 against Bayer Leverkusen. Well, they looked well positioned to get 3 points tonight in Belgium. The goal on 17, Tonali's shot, he was credited with it initially, but it's gone down as a Nick Voltemada goal. He got a crucial touch on the shot on its way in towards goal, and then Anthony Gordon in the 43rd minute, after Anthony Elanga was fouled from the penalty spot. Gordon sent the keeper the wrong way. John Anderson a healthy and comfortable 2-0 lead after a good first half.
It's been very comfortable. Newcastle leading by 2-0. Razor will be back for second half commentary in about 10 minutes time. Just a quick one, Ando, on that goal actually, because you and I saw a couple of replays and at first couldn't necessarily decide whether it had just hit Voltemada, whether it hit Burgess, the defender, but I think he's actually
it's a good
deserves
flick.
More credit than it just being counted as a deflection.
He reacts to the shot, and it's a good little flick. And I wasn't too sure whether the last touch came off the defender or not, but it's a decent flick. You know, he's as we said before, he's got quick feet for such a big man, and he reacts really, really well to it. It's a good goal.
It's a very good goal.
It's a very well taken goal.
And his hold up play is very good. That's not news from tonight, but there's just examples of it time and again.
I think it's, from a physical aspect, it's a little bit of a mismatch between them. They can't handle our physicality, and they can't handle the pace. You know, it's obviously a way that they defend. I mean, goalkeeper doesn't help either because he's 7'8", and he's afraid of his life to catch a ball. He wants to punch everything, which is putting this defence under all sorts of pressure. They obviously stand off people an awful lot in this Belgian league and are prepared to give them space. Now, if you stand off Alanga and give him the room and the space that they're giving him, he's going to cause you all sorts of problems. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know, the penalty comes about. There's no need for the boy to make the challenge. You know, he just lunges at him, and it's a nail-on penalty kick. But it's been comfortable. You know, they've had a couple of little moments, but nothing really where you've gone, ooh, we could be in for a battle here.
Yeah.
You know, and it's been, they haven't been great. You know, just seeing the goal again, and it is a great reaction. You know, the keeper's already on his way down, but he just reacts to it. You know, if he doesn't get anything on it, it's a comfortable save for the keeper. That's brilliant.
And it comes from a smart free kick taken quickly by Bruno in the middle of the USG half as well. Are we one more goal away from Newcastle being very comfortable, making some changes and just seeing the game through?
I think they're comfortable now. I really do.
Yeah.
I just don't see any way in the world. On the evidence of what we've seen in that opening 45 minutes, Colin, how they're going to get back into it.
We will see, and I hope that doesn't come back to bite you. John Anderson, we'll come back to you for the start of the second half. Newcastle United leading by 2-0 in the 5:45 kickoff tonight. There only is one other game that kicked off at the same time. It's Karabag who lead Copenhagen by 1-0. Abdullah Zubir after 28 minutes. Some crackers though to come at 8 o'clock. Arsenal are at home to Olympiacos. Manchester City are away to Monaco, but also games like Barcelona PSG, Borussia Dortmund, Athletic Bilbao, Napoli Sporting Lisbon, Villarreal Juventus as well. It's a night where a lot of the big guns are playing against each other, but all of those games, like I say, apart from Newcastle and apart from that other Karabag Copenhagen game kicking off at 8 o'clock tonight. A few games in the Championship as well, and we'll come back to the National League because Gateshead played last night, but Carlisle and Hartlepool face each other at 7:45 tonight. But we're going to turn our attentions to rugby union now because Newcastle Red Bulls this afternoon surprised a lot of people. They announced a raft of off-field changes. Steve Diamond has gone as director of rugby, having seen them through a very turbulent period in their history as Newcastle Falcons, without being directly replaced as well. It's nobody that's come in has the title director of rugby. There's a new sporting general manager, there's a new head coach, albeit it's just a promotion internally, and there's a new academy and pathways director as well. But that, if you've been a Falcons fan for a long time, will be a familiar name to you as well. And all of this happening between their first 2 Prem games of the season. The timeline is strange. It's been strange, this whole Newcastle Red Bulls takeover that I think everybody, from their perspective, wanted done before the start of the season. They just couldn't quite. Anyway, a man who knows a lot more about it than I do is our rugby union commentator, Dean Gray.
I interviewed him yesterday, and if he had a clue that this was going to happen, I would be absolutely amazed. We were talking about the team, we're talking about the Red Roses. I spoke to him for probably 10 minutes, and he's either the best actor in the world ever, or he didn't know. And I'm leaning towards the latter rather than the former. So, I'm really quite stunned. This early in the season, when he's assembled the squad, it just baffles me as to why. I can see he's changed the management structure and brought in a sort of director of rugby operations and a sort of general manager as well. But, it's a lot to digest. This hasn't been something that's been done as a knee-jerk reaction. I imagine there are too many people involved in the setup, so this has been planned as part of their Red Bulls a longer-term planning strategy that they wanted these people on board. I'm puzzled as to why Steve Diamond wasn't given more of an opportunity, but I guess the club, under the new ownership, they wanted to make a clean break of things and start afresh to a degree. We expected there to be some changes, and Steve Diamond sort of hinted before that some of the changes that might be happening going forward in some of the coaching staff. But he's always sang the coaching staff's praises as well. So it's Red Bull stamping what they want to have. And Steve Diamond, he is a character. I think he's larger than life at times. He carried a bit of baggage from brushes with authority. but hugely popular with the fans, and I think with the players as well, who had a lot of time from him and bought into what he was trying to do with the club with very limited resources. The fact he won 2 games last season, I think in some respects is remarkable with what he had to work with, and it is a huge shock. But I guess, as I said, Red Bull are looking at stamping their own particular mark on the direction of travel that they want Newcastle Red Bulls to have going forward.
Well, speaking of direction of travel, the big question that we had for Dean then was whether these changes, this raft of changes, will ultimately bring success.
These people they brought on board are pretty high-profile people. There's no doubt about that. They've got a management structure now. They've got a rugby operations sort of director, sporting general manager in Neil McElroy. His pedigree is pretty impressive. Sporting director at Catalans Dragons and general manager at ASM Clermont. Alan Dickens is stepping up to be head coach. We know about that. Alan Dickens being around the Falcons for a season or so now. Previously, I think, with Leicester. John Fletcher we know about. Former director of rugby, of course, at Newcastle Falcons, now with the SRU, and previously with England under 18. So he knows his way around the Falcons, former Falcons player as well. So the academy side and the talent that's going to come through, they've appointed somebody they feel will really push that forward. And I suppose the biggest role is Johnny Petrie, in some respects, coming in as managing director, who's going to do an awful lot of the off-field stuff. And he's the CEO, chief executive officer previously with Ulster Rugby and Edinburgh Rugby. And I suspect from that you might know Steve Diamond as well from his time up at Edinburgh. So that's an interesting one. So it's a sort of bigger management team with an overarching structure both on and off the field that they've brought in. I'm not surprised they didn't in some respects. I'm surprised Steve Diamond's gone, and I'm just really surprised at the timing, bearing in mind that Steve Diamond's not been at the club very long in the first place. He inherited it with a set of players that were, many of whom were looking at moving on, the best players, and that's what's happened. And he's brought in the new recruits since the Red Bulls deal was struck. They've been largely his recommendations that have come on board, and they've largely come because many of them have worked with Steve Diamond in the past. So that's why I'm surprised that this has happened in terms of the timing. We're 2 games into the season. There's 1 game won in the at home, first game of the season against Harlequins in the Premier Rugby Cup, as it's now called, and a little bit of a battering against a very strong Saracen side on Friday gone. But really, really early in the season to be making such a big change. So, yeah, I am very surprised, a little disappointed as well, but we'll have to see how this pans out.
Indeed, that is the big question. Dean Gray there, our rugby union commentator. Since we spoke to Dean as well, also confirmation that the Scotland head coach Gregor Townsend is set to advise Newcastle on strategy and philosophy after taking on a part-time role with Red Bull. The official wording is that he will spend 30 days a year working on Red Bull's global rugby strategy. Excuse me, the pertinent point being that they've only got 1 rugby club in their stable at the moment. So he is effectively going to be advising Newcastle as well, but he will stay on, of course, as the Scotland head coach. Signed a new contract last month to take him through to the World Cup in 2027. Back to football then briefly before we go back to Brussels. Gateshead last night won their 2nd game in a row. And that was after they'd previously gone 7 without a win. They scored 4 times in the first 12 minutes last night to eventually beat the National League's bottom side Morecambe 5-2. There were doubles for Harry Chapman and Connor Panny, but here is their happy captain, Kenton Richards.
Yeah, really pleasing. I think the attitude and application is probably the major thing to come out of it, the relentless nature. Obviously, when you go 2-0 up away from home, the tendency is to kind of sit off, to be fair, like we did at Braintree. But the lads were relentless with the pressing and the intent to get forward and go and score goals, and going 4-0 up, it was testament to that, and it just shows that. Obviously disappointed with the 2 goals we conceded, but overall to come away from home, it's really pleasing. They're a side that's at the start of their journey, I feel. They've got good individual players, they play some good football, but they've had a lot of high scoring games, and we know that. So it's just a case of knowing we can get chances and putting them away and being relentless. Some of the football was really good, and you see the quality we've got in the forward areas. Obviously, the recent weeks, I feel like we've tightened up defensively. We've got a good defensive structure, a good base to press from, and we've been working hard on that in training. I think that's kind of coming to fruition at the minute. But yeah, you can see the top end of the pitch. We've got some frightening quality, and on the break we look really dangerous. It's momentum. Anyone can beat anyone in this league. You see how tight it is, and you're only a couple of wins off the the playoffs. So we have to keep pushing for that. We have to keep putting runs together, and hopefully this is the start of another good run.
The Gateshead captain there, Kenton Richardson, after their 5-2 victory over Morecambe last night. Newcastle United already leading by 2-0 away at Union Saint-Gilloise in the Champions League this evening. Let's get full second half commentary then. From Brussels and from this studio, John Anderson is next to me. Matthew Raisbeck is in the Lotto Arena.
Total Sport North East.
The Champions League. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you, Colin. Perfect timing. United 2-0 up, second half about to begin here in Belgium, having lost their opening match to Barcelona at St James's Park. As it stands in the live league table ahead of tonight's matches, which will kick off at 8 o'clock, Newcastle are up to 13th out of 36 teams, currently ahead of Liverpool and Chelsea, who both have a win and a defeat so far. That's how it stands for Newcastle. Obviously the goal difference by having 2 so far helps with that, but they want to look up the table and progress to the next stage, and this is a crucial match towards that. 2-0 at half-time. A change has been made by the hosts. Newcastle are unchanged for the second half, and it's Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, midfielder Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga on the right, Gordon on the left, Voltemada up front, and it's black and white stripes, white shorts and white socks. The Union Saint-Gilloise change is in attack. Their team is Kjell Scherpen, the goalkeeper. The central defenders, Kevin McAllister, Christian Burgess, Bede Lezen. Across the middle, Anand Kalaili, Adam Zorgan, Camille van der Peer and Usainu Niang. Newcastle have won it in a good position. Bruno tries to get Elanga in. The through ball is blocked. Voltemada for Joelinton. Elanga with a chance for the third goal, spilled by the keeper, and no one in black and white there to get the rebound, and it's cleared out for a throw near to halfway. Big chance, John Anderson, in the opening minutes of the second half.
Yeah, and again, not great goalkeeping, was it? You know, you expect your goalkeeper to hit that, hold on to that. It's a tight angle, Elanga, but they moved it well yet again, and it looks like it's going to be more of the same in this second half, Razor.
Union Saint-Gilloise have Anwar 8 El Hadj playing behind Kevin Rodriguez, and the player who's come on is Marc Giger, 21-year-old Swiss forward. Scored his first goal for the club on Saturday in a 2-0 victory over Westerlo in the Belgian league. He has come on for the Canadian international Promise David. So that's the change. But no change in the way the match is going. Gordon for Voltemada just inside the box. Voltemada square. Elanga blocked, but there's a foul. And it's Voltemada just being a bit too physical with the defender as he set it up for Elanga. Free kick's already been taken up towards halfway. Tonali with a trip. And another Union SG free kick awarded by the referee. Newcastle get bodies back. And the ball is in play again. It's intercepted by Byrne. Gordon drops his shoulder, lets it run on the outside. Tried to cut back in. And it's diverted back towards the defender Burgess. Forwards to Giger, the substitute. In behind Byrne. Oh, this is trouble. They've got a one-on-one here, and Nick Pope didn't get a touch. It's curled wide of the post. Anand Kalaili opened up his body, left-footed from the right-hand side, in behind Byrne, bearing down on goal from the angle, but couldn't get his shot to bend back inside of the post. It's a goal kick.
Big chance, huge chance. Gets in behind Byrne. Gets away from him, gets across him, and he just hits the shot straight, doesn't he? Doesn't get any bend on it at all. That's their biggest opportunity of the night.
It remains 2-0 to Newcastle United. There's darkness descends in Brussels. The home fans with their blue and yellow flags on the far side, and the beat of the drum still making plenty of noise, but Newcastle United on the hunt for goal number 3. Elanga to Trippier, it's blocked, they want a corner, but it's a goal kick. Trippier unhappy with the decision. They're shooting towards the left, it's on the far side, diagonally across from the commentary position. Difficult to see who got the final touch, but it goes against United. Chow challenges Rodriguez, who shows good feet to hold him off and turn away into space and play it back to McAllister. You're about to say, Ando?
Yeah, just seeing the Elanga chance again. Keeper just pushes it away, just sort of scoops it away instead of grabbing it into his body. So you'd say that was a chance, but
good move up this right-hand side. Kalaili again, the player who just had the shot wide, runs to the edge of the box, chips it across to the far side. Niang on the outside. Niang straight at Pope. Hit the goalkeeper on the chest. It isn't fully clear. Then Bruno makes a block, and Pope gets down to save pretty comfortably in the end from Adam Zorgan. It was well struck, but it was in a central position, and Pope got plenty behind it to keep it out.
yeah, you see, that's good goalkeeping. He doesn't try and push it away, just gets his body behind it, wraps his arms around it. Comfortable save in the end.
Voltemada holding it up, helping it on to Elanga, who was fouled. And the yellow card shown by the referee, I think it was Zorgan, for the trip on Elanga, who started to get into his stride. His extreme pace is so effective. It was for Burgess, the defender, who'd come up to halfway and then stopped the run of Elanga. Newcastle play it up to Voltemada, holds off Burgess, takes it under control tightly, gets it back from Elanga, then rolls one up to Bruno, tackled at the edge of the area, and Elanga into a challenge with Lazen. Union SG throw. And from the throw they put it straight out of play. It's United's ball. Again, they've had a couple of moments, the home team, haven't they, Ando, at the start of the second half, but so have Newcastle.
Yeah, it's been end-to-end at the start of the second half. Both sides have had chances. Unfortunately, neither. Unfortunately, from our point of view, they haven't been able to take theirs, but had a couple at the other end that we should have really took advantage of.
Bruno is down at the moment, and the physio comes sprinting on. Joelinton comes over to Eddie Howe on the near touchline. Don't know what the nature of the problem is, but their throw, which is in the middle of the attacking half, will have to wait while Bruno gets treatment, and Joe Willock and Lewis Smiley are sent to warm up. Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 2. Voltemada flicking in Tonali's shot in the 17th minute, and Gordon with a penalty on 43 after Elanga was fouled. And we're into the 53rd minute. Bruno receiving treatment, now being helped up to his feet. It was a good start to their campaign for the Belgians with the win over PSV. They've got some tough matches to come. They've got Inter Milan at home next, then they go to Atletico Madrid, and then away to Galatasaray. They host Marseille, go to Bayern Munich, and then have got Atalanta here. That is a really tough set of fixtures, isn't it? We talked about this being a big night for Newcastle. It's huge for them given what they have ahead, but it's a long way back this evening to get into this game with Newcastle in that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, look, 2-0, you still think it's a long way back for Union. You know, the way the second half is starting, you just feel there's more goals in it.
United throw. It's now out for Union SG. Throw. Bruno's back on. Header into midfield. And whipped over to the near side. Good pace and strong running from Kalaili up to Rodriguez. Botman comes out to the near touchline with him. Laid off inside to Kalaili. Zorgan, who's a big lad, the Algerian central midfielder. It's a poor touch from him, chipped forwards by Van der Peer. Dan Burn lets it run behind. Nick Pope called into action with a couple of stops in the second half. Did make a couple of saves in the first half as well.
Yeah, he hasn't had a great
I think the one off his chest, Ando, from Niang near side was probably the most important, because that's one that could go anywhere. He just stayed big and made the block.
Yeah, we've seen him do that so many times, where he just stands up, makes himself so big, and the ball just bounces off his chest. But it was straight at him. He just stood big and tall. That's at the end of the day, that's what he's there to do as well, isn't it? And they've given it away again.
Some tidy passing from Newcastle in a tight area on the left in their own half. Byrne, Tonali, Joelinton involved. Joelinton now to Trippier. There's space on the far side, Newcastle's right, and it's at the feet of Anthony Elanga. Back to Trippier just ahead of halfway. Goes for the nutmeg. Doesn't reach Joelinton, and the yellow and blue shirts have it back, but then Malik Chow slides in to regain possession. And Trippier to Bruno. Baltimore wants it, helps it on first time. Elanga can't get there. Back by Union SG to the goalkeeper. 10 minutes played in the second half. On the near right touchline, Kalaili. And then Giger lets it run. Got away from Byrne, but not Botman. Out for a throw. Eddie Howe's got Lewis Miley with him. They're having a long conversation. Miley still warming up with his gold bib over his black and red tracksuit jacket. He might well be coming on shortly. 2-0 up through Baltimore and Gordon. Without the ball at the moment, it's with Burgess at the back.
Yeah, you would think if Miley's coming on, Razor, it would be for Joe Linton, who's come off in the last couple of games. You just wonder whether he's still carrying a knock.
Byrne and Botman combine to win it back on the near side. Joelinton into Tonali. Gordon making a run, and they find the feet of Anthony Gordon, taking on two defenders. Goes on the outside and gets poleaxed. He's down from McAllister's challenge, and he's booked for that. Made no attempt to play the ball.
No, none whatsoever.
Took Gordon down. Yeah. Free kick on the left in line with the penalty box.
Yeah, he can have no complaints about that at all. He knew Gordon had got away from him, so he just rugby tackles him basically.
Sandro Tonali, right-footed delivery from the left. Byrne makes his way into the middle of the box. Baltimore around the back, along with Chow. There are 6 black and white shirts in there. 2 have stayed back because Union SG have left Niang forwards near to the centre circle. Tonali with a 2-man wall in the 58th minute. Told to wait by the referee, who's not ready. Wants to speak to Dan Byrne. And we'll be keeping a close eye on Byrne as this ball comes in from Sandro Tonali. Here it is. Chipped to the back post, caught by the keeper.
He's finally caught one. Decided not to punch. And then he gives it away.
It's a throw for Union Saint-Gilloise, but they wanted to take it. The referee said wait, because Newcastle are making that change that we talked about a second ago. Lewis Miley coming on for Joelinton. I'm sitting at the back of the main stand, which is a home section, and there are about 50 Newcastle fans on their feet. They've risen to applaud Joelinton off. I don't think they really celebrated the goals in the first half, but they've decided now, probably with a comfortable 2-0 lead, that they can reveal themselves, show their faces, and we can see black and white stripes, and some of them in the blue and orange away kit. And it always happens, doesn't it? Visiting fans finding their way into home areas. They've made the change for Miley on for Joelinton, playing on the left of the midfield three, just before the hour mark. And United have the ball. Tenali winning it, looking for Bruno. Tenali from Bruno's pass, fouled, and it's the substitute Giga. And he's the latest player to be cautioned by referee Urs Schneider.
He obviously needs to get his tally up in this second half, Rays. I didn't get enough of them in the first.
The fourth Union SG name in the book. Joelinton now substituted, the only Newcastle player cautioned. Malik Chow inside to Sven Botman. Gordon has loads of room once it played out to the left wing. McAllister's on a yellow card, remember, for that foul a few minutes ago. Newcastle have gone to the right wing to Trippier, back to Botman. Gordon backpedaling into space. Now it's floated over by Botman to Anthony Gordon, down on his chest, up and away from one, and then gets away from McAllister again. He's got to be careful. Gordon in the centre, maybe caught late by Van der Peer. Nothing given, play on. Botman, and then Trippier up the line for Elanga. Is he going to run at his man? Comes inside to Bruno, carries on his run. Voltemada, 35 yards out, brings it back towards halfway to Byrne, onto Miley, could go to Gordon, does, 20 yards out on the left wing. Gordon, it's a good cross towards the back post. Voltemada's there, and so is Bruno. They appeal for handball, nothing's given, play continues, and Union SG still haven't cleared it. Now it's sent from left to right. Kalaili in behind, straight through to Pope. I don't know if there was an infringement there, Ando. Nick Voltemada still appealing, still tapping his left hand off his right arm, saying that there should have been handball. There is VAR, and the referee's blown his whistle, and I don't know if he's going to be sent to the monitor, or maybe VAR are just telling him to wait. He's made the VAR signal. Newcastle might be about to get another penalty. Urs Schneider saying VAR, potential penalty check. The VAR is another Swiss official. Fadai San is on VAR duty. And after a penalty for a foul on Anthony Elanga in the first half, there is a check for another for handball. Voltemada and Bruno were adamant. I haven't seen it again, John Anderson.
No, we haven't seen it again either, Razor. It just happened in...
I think there's going to be a substitution from the home team in a moment.
I tell you what, it does hit his arm, but is his arm in? That'll be given. In Europe, that'll be given.
Referee makes the VAR signal and then points to the penalty spot for the second time tonight in favour of Newcastle United. VAR penalty review. There were a couple of those against Arsenal in the Premier League on Sunday. One went their way, the other didn't.
It just shows the difference in the rules, though, doesn't it, in Europe and in the Premier League? You'd think they'd be all on the same hymn sheet, wouldn't you?
The interpretation of the handball law. They had this in Paris 2 years ago with Tino Livramento. When it hit one part of his body, went onto his arm, and it gave PSG the opportunity, which they took, to equalise in additional time. Very, very late. Here, they're already 2-0 up. Anthony Gordon scored one spot kick. He could double his tally personally on the night.
Well, the point he gave the first penalty away with his tackle on Elanga, and he's given the second one away with the handball.
Away to our left-hand side, Anthony Gordon prepares to strike the ball from 12 yards out against Kjell Scherpen again. The referee's whistle. has been blown, and Anthony Gordon scores for the second time tonight, goes into the same corner, the bottom right. This time Sherpen went the correct way, but he couldn't get near it. It's Royal Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as I said, it's a long, long way down for that 6'9" goalkeeper. He went the right way, but he's never getting anywhere near it. And it's, if the game wasn't over at 2-0, it's most definitely over at 3-0.
A message on the digital screens inside Lotto Park Stadium says that Fede Lezen, the number 48 for Union SG, touched the ball with his right arm, which was not in a natural position. That is the explanation from the UEFA VAR official tonight. 3-0 up away from home in the Champions League. It's an unusual position, but a great one to be in, and the Geordies abroad at the other end are celebrating what could be a famous night in the Champions League for their team. And they just look really hungry and looking for more goals. Tonali trying to get on this one edge of the area from a chipped pass. It got away from him, started to move inside, and it favoured the defender, Burgess, who headed clear. But 3-0, you would fancy them, John Anderson, to go and score more goals, wouldn't you, on the evidence of the opening, the 65 minutes we've played so far?
Well, I said at the start of the second half, Rays, I expected more goals in this. You know, I think they've been so naive the way that they've defended. They've given 2 silly penalties away. You know, as I say, if it wasn't over at 2-0, it's most definitely over at 3-0. But you're right, what you say, you feel there's more goals in this for them, and goals could be very, very important as well.
Well, Manchester City got through to the playoff round on goal difference last season. Newcastle, who lost by 1 to Barcelona, lead by 3 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle in Brussels. Substitutions made by Union SG. Their manager is a name that you may well know, Sebastian Pocagnoli, who is a Belgian former player. He was a defender that played for West Brom and Brighton, and played for Brighton against Newcastle in the Championship in 2017. In that match, you remember that one at the Amex Stadium where they scored 2 late goals, including that really scruffy one that went in off Mojiame, didn't it?
Yeah, it was that cracker, wasn't it? He scored a cracker, didn't he?
They've made 2 changes, details of those in just a second. Newcastle with only 1 substitution so far, Lewis Miley on for Joe Linton. Put a 3-0 lead, and it may well be that Eddie Howe goes to the bench and introduces a few more players in the final part of the match, with his team in a very, very comfortable and commanding lead. Miley slips as he receives it in the centre circle, and a crossing opportunity from the right from Kalaili, flicked away by Trippier. It was an important defensive header. There's a player behind him, up to Baltamada now, who has lost control of the ball, and Burgess up to the left wing. They brought on Mathias Rasmussen, a Norwegian midfielder who started their league match at the weekend. He's come on for Camille van der Peer. It's a straight swap that's been made in central midfield, and the other substitution is a nice touch, isn't it? And Ross Sykes, the Newcastle United fan, despite being from Burnley, his Champions League debut personally, he didn't play in their first match. He's come on as one of their 3 central defenders, and a great moment for him.
Yeah, night for him to remember, playing against the team he supports.
Now inside to Burgess, so the two English players in possession of the ball, exchanging passes. And here it is with Kalili on the right-hand side. Back to Sykes, who's a big boy, 6'5". He's actually let go by Burnley when he was a teenager because they thought he was too small, would you believe? And then he had a growth spurt, a significant one.
I was going to say, it must have been some growth spurt.
Now stands at 6'5". And on the diagonal with the pass to Niang. That's a good ball, helped on. And 8 El Hadj goes for the top corner, but it's too high. Goal kick. Nick Pope put his hand up, didn't get a touch. Lewis Hall and William Osula are ready to come on, as is Harvey Barnes.
He's done the same again. He scoops it, look, he scoops it. Doesn't get his foot through it, he scoops it up in the air. Same as he did with the one in the first half. Never troubling Pope.
You'd have that type of shot done away with, wouldn't you? It just generates no power.
It's never going to. No, it doesn't generate any power at all.
Botman into an aerial challenge on halfway and ends up in a heap on the floor. Whistle's gone. Triple change about to be made by Eddie Howe. Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 3. Gordon, who'll be wanting to stay on to get his hat-trick, be looking possibly nervously at the touchline because Harvey Barnes is there.
Baldomade will come off because you'd be resting him. Who else did you say has got stripped?
Hall and Osula.
Dan Bourne will come off on him.
Botman's back up and the free kick's been taken following that challenge on him. Chow inside to Bruno, the space in midfield and players up ahead on the right hand side, but they switched it to Gordon on this near touchline and Union SG have won it back. Next time it goes out we would expect the changes to be made. Byrne has intercepted and then played a back pass from the touchline. Pope leaves the penalty area, gives it to Botman. Now Tonali. Back to Botman. Just having a look at the Newcastle United history, Ando. On this day 23 years ago, 1st of October, you were in Turin to play Juventus. 2-0 defeat. Alessandro Del Piero with goals.
He could play a bit.
And that was the third of 3 defeats in the group stage that season, which then led to an incredible turnaround, and Newcastle under Sir Bobby Robson became the first club ever to go through to the next round, which was a second group stage then. After losing their first 3 matches, they won the next 3. It was history making.
Craig Bellamy that night in Feyenoord when he got that late winner.
Right, here are the substitutions tonight. 3-0 up in Belgium. Baltamada off, Ilanga off, Barnes and Osula on, and Hall is coming on, and Bruno is leaving the pitch. And that would suggest they're going to go to a back 5 with 2 players in central midfield. And Union SG make a change. Off comes Kevin Rodriguez, and on comes a player that you may remember from Southampton in the Premier League, the Moroccan international forward Sofiane Boufal, who has played against Newcastle in the red and white of Southampton in the Premier League previously in his career. So the changes then, and that's how it looks. Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Miley and Tonali in the middle, Barnes on the right. Gordon stayed on, so could still get his hat-trick. He's on the left, and Osula leading the attack. Barnes in possession. Gets tackled. It's gone out for a throw for Kieran Trippier to take, which is behind halfway, but he's sent it forwards for Osula. Out again for another Newcastle United throw. Challenge on Tonali is a fair one. He stayed down though. Union SG able to play on with 4 in this attack, and Nick Pope, comfortable save, centre of the goal. Said that a few times tonight. Mark Giger with the shot. Tonali still not back onto his feet. Referee's gone to assess the situation and see whether he requires treatment.
Yeah, nearly. Ball just bounced up. He seems to be all right. Back on his feet.
It is 3-0 in Brussels with 15 minutes to play, and Harvey Barnes lets it run for Osula, making his Champions League debut, finds Gordon, Hall's played in, Lewis Hall in behind, Barnes in the middle, Hall edge of the area, went on the outside and the challenge came in. Dan Burn to Lewis Miley on halfway as Newcastle keep possession, but they got into another great attacking position. Tonali, who is all right and able to continue on the ball on the right hand side, plays a lovely 1-2 with Barnes, cuts it back. Gordon was slightly on his heels, ball didn't reach him anyway, and he acknowledges the intention and the attempted pick out from Barnes. As they try to create goal number 4. Dan Burn up the line to Lewis Hall. 3 centre backs and wing backs now. Hall into Gordon. Back to Chow and then Trippier over on the far side of the pitch. Still the yellow and blue Union SG flags are being flown. Must be where their noisy fans sit, the middle of the upper tier on the far side. They've been at it all night. The team hasn't quite been at it, but Newcastle have been very good, and they're attacking again with Barnes, who drifts in off the right wing, back to Chow, leading by 3 goals to 0. 1 for Baltimore, 2 penalties scored by Anthony Gordon. This is Barnes, found by Trippier. Barnes edge of the area, looking for the shot maybe, gets it back from Gordon, went for the 1-2, last ditch defending, but good defending from Ross Sykes to stick it behind.
Yeah, it was good defending, good little give and go. That's what he's good at. Big defender, did well.
It's on the right hand side. There is another substitution coming now for Union SG, and Anan Kalaili, who just seemed to hurt himself there and had to be helped up to his feet, is leaving the pitch. Coming on is Luis Patrice, a Belgian right-sided defender. Newcastle corner, out-swinger, players in the middle, connect with the ball. Byrne was there, had Botman up as well. Header is off target and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest contact in the world. Ball's played into a decent position, penalty spot. Want your big boys going and attacking it, but not a great header. It's been so comfortable, Razor, it really has, you know. 2-0, you felt the game was over at 2-0. The third goal's really killed it off. but it's been a comfortable evening for us.
And they got a grip of things pretty early in the first half, didn't they, Ando? The goal came on 17 minutes, but before then you could see the way they were going about it, the control they had, the positions they were getting into. A goal felt like a matter of time, and then it arrived, and it's been comfortable ever since.
Oh, it's been very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, obviously Union went to PSV and won there, and won well there. On the evidence of this, you can't wait for PSV to come to St James's, can you?
That's a match that's going to be played. That's their penultimate league fixture. It's on the 21st of January. Nick Pope diving save to the right hand side, a shot that needed to be pushed away. The effort came in from Sofiane Boufal, and a corner kick for the hosts. Rare chance to send players forwards in an attack in the second half. Important save, needed to be stopped.
Good save, comfortable save, decent height for him. Just got strong arms to it, pushed it away.
Now Gordon's made a challenge on the edge of the area. Barnes on for Osula, and they've got a runner. It's Lewis Hall up the right wing. Osula could roll in. Barnes, he does. Harvey Barnes with a big opportunity, which he takes, and the substitute extends Newcastle's lead. Harvey Barnes is always good for a goal, and on the break they finish the opportunity. Gordon up to Osula. Good centre forward play, and Barnes with a little chip finish past goalkeeper Sherpen at the near side. In the 81st minute, Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 4.
It's just so easy. I mean, one ball kills Union. Breaks on. Defensively, they're all over the shop. Keeper doesn't cover it. Not too sure what the keeper's doing, but just dinks it near corner. Nice to get goals on the board, as I said earlier on, Ray. Goals could be important from the end of the group stages, so you need to get as many as you can.
4-0 in the Champions League away from home. Morale boosting night. Goals had been an issue earlier this season, something that we had discussed regularly on TalkSport on BBC Radio Newcastle, and now they've hit 4 tonight after getting 4 in the cup against Bradford City. Not in either case the strongest opponents, but creating chances and scoring them. Here's Gordon. I think there's going to be another Newcastle change in a moment. Saw a black and white shirt. Players just been sat down. Union with a cross from the right hand side, and it was Luis Patrice into the middle, put behind by Kieran Trippier. Nothing silly at this late stage. Protect the clean sheet and the 4-goal cushion. Every black and white shirt back to defend. It's a dangerous corner. They were trying to drop it inside the far post. Nick Pope came off his line and it went over his head. I'm not sure he was totally in control of that. It might well have dropped inside the post. It went wide, and now with 7.5 minutes remaining, Fabian Schär is coming on for Kieran Trippier in Newcastle's 5th change. Dan Burn gets the captain's armband, which Trippier had been wearing since Bruno had been substituted.
Yeah, good to see Schär back. Will he go the right back? Yeah, probably will.
Malik
Chow's got the right back, is he?
Wide. He has played there before, Chow. Schär goes into the middle, so I think they're going to keep the back 5 with Chow, Schär, Botman, Byrne and Hall. Pope with the goal kick. 4-0 Newcastle United. Osula tries to flick on, chases his own touch. Turned away by Patrice. Header from Giga on halfway. Miley produces a ball for Gordon, who gets away from 2 challenges. Good run by Gordon. Still got it across into a dangerous area along the 6-yard line, but nobody in black and whites up there able to get a touch.
Great ball played in, wasn't it?
Far side of the pitch, Miley recovers possession. Chow to share on halfway. Miley up to Barnes. Tainali making a run. Osula. Oh, Osula ran ahead of the ball. In fairness, I think the pass was played behind him rather than the run being necessarily the wrong one. And it's back with the Belgians with Matthias Rasmussen, middle of the park. Here at Lotto Park, this old stadium. They last started renovations in the 1970s, and it's compact, 21,500, but it's starting to feel its age. The grey concrete facade and facilities that need updating. It's actually a ground that Newcastle have played in before. They were here in the Fairs Cup in 1970, but they also played a friendly here in 1996 under Kevin Keegan, just a few days after they lost the Charity Shield at Wembley to Man United. They came out to Belgium for a pre-season game and played Anderlecht here on both occasions, this being their home ground. Union Saint-Gilloise having to play here, as I'm sure you know by now, because their stadium isn't big enough for UEFA competitions in Europe. 5 minutes to go. Niang, couple of step overs, goes on the outside. Found the space well, but the cross was overhit. Lewis Hall ready to take a throw on the near side of the pitch. Still the yellow and blue Union SG flags are flown. Supporters leaning over the railings on the far side. The flag going from right to left. Newcastle United fans to the right, behind the goal and into the corner, on their feet. In celebratory mood. Could be another big black and white night in Brussels, like last night in the city centre. Home supporters increasing the volume levels. Newcastle 4-0 up, twirling the yellow and blue scarves they've brought with them. Some of them are half and half scarves, which are not everybody's cup of tea. The ball is with Union Saint-Gilloise in the final third. Sykes hoists it into the box. Fabian Scher heads it. Lewis Hall's got to be quick. Brings it under control, and it's come inside for Tonali. And here goes the Newcastle break. Barnes to the right. Osula makes space for Tonali. Moves to the left. His pass, though, is behind Barnes. And now defenders get back. But Harvey Barnes continues the attack. Edge of the penalty area. Wide to Tonali. Puts his foot on it. Miley makes a run. Tonali has to come back to Chow. And now Botman in the centre circle. It was the ball from Tonali, Ando, that needed to be ahead of Barnes.
Yeah, it was just behind him, wasn't it? Yeah, just behind him, just killed the move. Break was on again. They just left themselves wide open again, Union.
Dan Burn robs Buffalo of possession. Botman to share, they're on the edge of their own box now, Newcastle. 2 minutes of the 90 to play. Still Eddie Howe watching things with Jason Tindall, locked in conversation. Tonali looking for Barnes, tried to tempt the defender into pinching it, which he did, and it was read by Lazen. It's back with Pope, and now Botman has to use his goalkeeper again. Baltamada, 2 penalties for Gordon and Barnes after he was introduced from the bench. Newcastle United's 4 goals. Barnes wins it back and is then pulled down, although it's gone against Barnes. Must have been for the initial contact in the challenge. He can't quite believe the referee's given that against him.
Seems a strange one. See that 50-50, they both win, both have foot on the ball. That would never be a free kick that way in the Premier League. Rules are different in Europe, aren't they? Strange one.
Sykes out to Patrice. Botman heads away. Gordon, very tidy play, good skill on the left wing, and turns back inside but gets tackled by Patrice, who is then tackled by Byrne. And black and white shirts now not quite pouring forwards but on their way. Barnes, Malik Chow's made an advanced move up the right side. It's Osula just outside the penalty area, turns well, wants the shot, be desperate to score. Harvey Barnes has got a chance. Tonali takes over. Now back to Chow, corner of the area, deep cross. Lewis Hall down on his chest in the box. Hall threatening to take on his man. 1-2 with Barnes. The cut back. Oh, big save by Sherpen to prevent Tonali making it 5-0.
Oh, they're all over the place defensively. Just letting people run all off them everywhere. Not close enough. Just ball watching. I mean, it's 4, but it just could have been so many more.
Well, they'd like one more in added on time, Newcastle, which we have now entered. There's the deep corner, a flick and then an overhead kick to clear it, collected by Barnes, dragged down. It's out on the far right hand side of the pitch. And the match coming to a close. Union SG 0, Newcastle United 4. Tonali injects some energy into this move, sprints into the middle to receive the ball, then gets it back from Dan Byrne. Now Lewis Hall in the attacking half of the pitch. Space is closed off, goes back to Scher. To his right to Botman. Looks like they've just rejigged things in the back 3 or back 5. Miley inside to Hall but given away. There were 4 minutes shown on the numbers board. Scher blocks a through ball, but it's come back to a yellow and blue shirt. And now Patrice towards the corner on this near right hand side. Boufal infield 10 yards. Zorgan wide to Patrice again, clips in the cross. And it's flicked up off Giga and safely into the grasp of Nick Pope. Underarm throw to Malik Chow. It's been the perfect night away from home on the continent for Newcastle United. Needed a big result and they're going to get one, and a big margin of victory as well in the Champions League. Chow comes in, holds off his man. Barnes, drop of the shoulder and away. It's a strong run from Barnes. It's a great run looking for Osula, but the pass not quite right at the end of it. Quickly forwards. Boufal wants the shot. He's run into Lewis Hall and Lewis Miley. Now with the ball, but then they've lost possession. Giga 10 yards outside the penalty box. Having to defend here in the closing minutes. United 4-0 up. Malik Chow with a header from across, sent in from this near side. Gordon on towards Osula. Back pass from the defender, almost played Osula in. And Niang now on the left wing, running at Chow. Goes for the goal line. Cher makes a block. It's a corner kick. Union SG finishing the match on the attack, although the decision's been changed for goal kick by the looks of things.
Yeah, looked like the ball had already gone out of play. Yeah. Good spot by the linesman on that far side.
One of the identical twins officiating.
At least one of them got it right.
Just looking at the record, this will be a record win in the Champions League for Newcastle, won't it? 4-0. There was the qualifier against Saint-Gilloise in 2002 that was 4-0 at home, 5-0 on aggregates. Obviously they hit 4 against PSG last time, but conceded 1 tonight. A clean sheet in Belgium and a big victory, one they definitely needed, both in terms of the Champions League, but just generally with the way things have gone this season. They've got it in a very, very convincing and comfortable way. 2 goals in either half. Voltemada deflecting in Tonali's shot. Gordon with 2 penalties either side of half-time, one for a foul, the other awarded after a VAR review for a handball, and then Barnes played in with a late goal after coming on as a substitute. It's been a fantastic night, a fantastic European away trip and away performance, John Anderson.
Yeah, it's just been so comfortable, you know. Said beforehand, didn't know what to expect from these, wasn't too sure how strong the Belgian league is, but from start to finish, don't think we had too many problems. It was very, very comfortable, never looked in any danger, and it's good to score 4. Of course it is, you know, especially away from home as well, because as I said earlier, come the end of this group competition, goals could count, they could be important, so it was important to get those on the board.
The players now go to the away fans, and brilliant scenes of celebration from the travelling black and whites. This is the only new opponent that they face in Europe this season, Union Saint-Gilloise. They've played everybody else at least once before in various European competitions, but a special one to see them score 4 goals away from home in the Champions League, even though their opponents were clearly not at the level that you would say that some of their other opponents over the next couple of months will be. John Anderson, they still have to go and win win emphatically, which is what they've done.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You've got to go and you've got to beat what's in front of you, and they've done that very, very comfortably tonight. And you're right, what you say, there'll be stiffer tests along the way. Of course there will. But after watching these tonight, it makes you wonder what PSV are going to be like at St James's, as I said to you earlier, because these went to Holland and comprehensively beat PSV. So yeah, that could be another night where there could be plenty of goals in it as well, Reza.
Just looking at the current standings, there are matches coming up at 8 o'clock, so it will change again. But a lot of clubs have already played twice. Newcastle are among them, and because of the 4 goals that they've scored, the goal difference is now 3, with 5 for and 2 against in their 2 matches. They have crept into the top 8, so they are in one of the automatic qualification places for the round of 16, which would be very much where they would want to finish. Still a long way to go, still 6 matches remaining, But that just looks nice if you look at the league table as it stands for the next 20 minutes or so. If they finish between 9th and 24th inclusive, then they will go into a playoff round for the right to join the top 8 in the last 16. Still, United's players applaud the fans who may be kept behind, as is often the case in Europe, for half an hour or so before being escorted from the stadium and then led back into the city centre. The Union Saint-Gilloise players are with their fans on the far side, those who are still flying the flag for their team, and have done so all night. Just been a really satisfying evening away from home. Would you finally pick out a couple of players, Ando, who you felt really impressed or showed some good things? Maybe Gordon putting away 2 penalties after what he went through last season, having one at Everton saved.
Yeah, two good penalties put away from him. Valdemar's flick for the goal, great reaction. Look, it was a very, very comfortable night. Tonali yet again was busy. Defensively weren't really tested, didn't have a great deal to do. There'll be tougher tests along the way, that's for sure. I thought Elanga, especially in that first half, got so much space and so much of the ball. It's one thing getting the space, but it's what you do with it when you get it, and I thought he did it very, very well. He obviously won the first penalty. In the first half he just tore them apart because they just stood off and gave him all the room in the world. But look at it, it's a comfortable win, it's a good win, and it's a confidence boosting win as well. Mind you, we said that about the Bradford game as well, that it was a big confidence boost win for us, but it gets us up and running in this competition, and that's what you need to do.
Anthony Elanga has also won the Player of the Match award. He's just been presented with it pitch side, and you probably couldn't argue with that. Maybe Gordon for his 2 penalties, put them both away well against the giant 6'8", 6'9" goalkeeper. Just a very, very good night all round for Newcastle United. Their first win in this season's Champions League. They only won once 2 years ago against PSG, where they also hit 4. This is their first European away victory in what is 12 years since they beat Metalist Kharkiv in Ukraine in the Europa League. So there was previously only 1 European away win in 11. Well, they've changed that emphatically tonight. Very comfortable, and just a night to remember and a night to enjoy. Nick Voltemada deflecting in Sandro Tonali's shot on 17 minutes. Anthony Gordon with a penalty on 43. That was the lead at half-time, 2-0, and then 2 more in the second half. Gordon with another penalty on 64, and Harvey Barnes on 80. Final score in Brussels here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Royal Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 4.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
So apparently some British companies are trialling no shoes policies as a way to improve focus and morale. Not everyone thinks it's a good idea, and David in Langley Park, you've had to put up with something far worse.
We used to have a colleague who used to put his feet up on the desk and cut his toenails.
Oh, David! Ben in Leamington, what do you think about not wearing shoes at work?
Obviously it came on in the car and I said how disgusting it was, and my wife says she does it all the time.
Your wife is a shoes offer in the office?
She is, and I had no idea, otherwise I wouldn't have married her.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
United very much up and running then in the Champions League. That 4-0 win in Brussels against Union SG. Nick Voltemada and Harvey Barnes either side of 2 penalties from Anthony Gordon. We are on air until 8 o'clock. It was an unusual start time, but it is a normal finish time for TalkSport. So you have got time to send us your text messages and your WhatsApp messages if you are quick. 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 for your WhatsApp messages. 81333 for the texts. Start them all with the letters BBC. They are up and running, Ando, but John Anderson's going to stay here for another 5-10 minutes or so. They are up and running, and given the quality that we've talked about, a relative lack of it from the Belgians, Newcastle, job done, clean sheet, decent improvement on goal difference.
Yeah, look at how many times we've said you can only beat what's put in front of you, and they've done that in a comfortable mode this evening. Didn't have to work too hard. Didn't have to use up a great deal of energy, to be quite honest, Colin. Never ever thought we were in any danger. They were slow, they were pedestrian, they didn't have the physicality we had. And as soon as the first goal went in, you just thought, and the second one went in, at 2-0 the game was over. And then obviously we got 2 more in the second half, could have been more. But it's important to get up and running in the Champions League, but it was a good win, and from a confidence point of view as well, especially after the weekend.
I was going to say,
having battled so hard against Arsenal and then get done at the death, and you can concentrate on looking forward to Forest at the weekend. Plus, he was able to rotate as well.
Yeah,
he was able to take Guimaraes off, Joe Linton off, Big Valdemar came off, so he was able to rest some of those boys in preparation for the weekend. And it was good to see young Hall get some game minutes after his exertions and being tired and missing out against Arsenal because of the tiredness. So lots of pluses to take over.
Anthony Elanga, the one who was awarded the Player of the Match award in the end. Do we sometimes take Sandro Tonali for granted? Because
you just expect him to do all the things he does, don't you?
For 100 minutes as well. Again tonight, still going.
He's just a real player. He does everything well. He defends well. He passes the ball well. He gets into advanced positions. He's just a real player. Elanga probably couldn't believe the amount of space and time he was getting, especially in that first half. They just stood off him so much and gave him. And if you give somebody who's got the pace that he's got, you're just asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble. But he made the best of it. He made, he caused them all sorts of bother. But I agree with you about Tonali. He's just, I forget about him sometimes because you've got so used to the performances that he puts in. It's his level of performance, game in, game out, is unbelievable. It never seems to waver. It's always on the same level, where you've got others who'll go from being extremely good to not seeing them at all. Where Tonali is just on a level all the time.
Just because you had a big conversation with Razor at the end of the game as well about Newcastle, and we've talked about individuals. Just one more on Union SG, because they had nearly 50% possession. They had more shots than Newcastle did. Same number on target. Forced Nick Pope into 2 or 3 saves. Maybe not spectacular saves, but enough saves. And yet lost 4-0 and were never in any.
Never looked like
getting back into the game at all.
No, they didn't.
Why not? Where were they deficient, if you like?
Well, the physicality aspect that I mentioned earlier on, and the pace as well. Everything they did was very precise and very laboured. Gave you time to get players back behind the ball, so you're seeing it all. And I know you're on about the shots, but you look at the shots where those shots have come from. They're all 25, 30 yards out. It's not as if they've got in behind you, and they did once when they got in behind Dan Bourne and the boys tried to bend it and he got no bend on it and put it past the far post. But it was all from distance. It was all relative. Yes, there were saves, but they were relatively comfortable saves for Nick Pope.
It's going to be interesting. There's 2 of the games that kick off at 8 o'clock tonight involve 4 teams that Newcastle have either played in Barcelona or will play. So Barcelona take on PSG, and the one that I'm fascinated about is Bayer Leverkusen against PSV, because PSV, as we know, were beaten fairly comfortably by this USG side that Newcastle have dispatched with no issue tonight at all. Very interesting to watch how Leverkusen and PSV match up.
Yeah, I mean, after watching Union tonight, you wouldn't think that PSV are up to much.
No, on the basis of results.
On the basis of that, but you wonder about Dutch football because Ajax have been battered in both their opening games as well. So you wonder what state that Dutch football is actually in. We asked the question before the ball was kicked: what level is Belgian football in? These are unbeaten in the league this season.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about the rest of the league, to be quite honest?
Yeah. But as we said, we'll end the conversation as we started it. Yeah.
And, to do it in the manner that we've done it, okay, there's 2 penalties in there. The second one, handball, is it in an unnatural position? Well,
he's a little bit unlucky, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, probably. But, the rules... The rules in Europe are different to what they are in the Premier League. The first one, no complaints at all. The boy didn't need to make the challenge either because Alanga had knocked the ball away. I'm not too sure he was getting there. There was a defender coming across. So it was very, very naive defending. But look, it was so comfortable. It really was. And it could have been more.
Yeah, indeed. John Anderson, thank you very much.
Cheers, Colin. Thank you. Enjoyed that.
And we'll be back on Total Sport on Friday. Steve Howie in for him in his usual Thursday slot tomorrow. I mentioned a couple of the games. I'll tell you the rest of them. Well, actually, the other game that kicked off at 5:45, Karabag beat Copenhagen by 2-0 in the end. But the other 8 o'clock games: Arsenal against Olympiacos, Borussia Dortmund against Athletic Bilbao, Monaco against Manchester City, Napoli take on Sporting Lisbon, Villarreal are at home to Juventus, as well as the 2 games I mentioned earlier: Barcelona, PSG, and Bayer Leverkusen against PSV. Yeah, it's confusing with PSG and PSV and USG that Newcastle took on tonight. A few games in the Championship as well. Portsmouth already 1-0 up on Watford. And in the game that we're keeping an eye on in the National League as well, Carlisle against Hartlepool. Carlisle are already leading in that one too. The other big news from today, the non-football news from today, was Newcastle Red Bulls this afternoon announcing a raft of off-field changes. Steve Diamond, the director of rugby, has gone. Rumours this morning that he'd been sacked. The official wording was that the club that he had left. Either way, he is no longer the director of rugby. No direct replacement for him though, but there is a new sporting general manager, a new head coach, a new academy and pathways director, a man returning to the club after a time away. And all of this happens between their first 2 Prem games of the season as well. Here are the thoughts of our rugby union commentator, Dean Gray.
I interviewed him yesterday, and if he had a clue that this was going to happen, I would be absolutely amazed. We were talking about the team, we're talking about the Red Roses. I spoke to him for probably 10 minutes, and he's either the best actor in the world ever, or he didn't know. And I'm leaning towards the latter rather than the former. So, I'm really quite stunned. This early in the season, when he's assembled the squad, it just baffles me as to why. I can see he's changed the management structure and brought in a sort of director of rugby operations and a sort of general manager as well. But, it's a lot to digest. This hasn't been something that's been done as a knee-jerk reaction. I imagine there are too many people involved in the setup. So this has been planned as part of their Red Bulls, a longer-term planning strategy that they wanted these people on board. I'm puzzled as to why Steve Diamond wasn't given more of an opportunity, but I guess the club, under the new ownership, they wanted to make a clean break of things and start afresh to a degree. We expected there to be some changes, and Steve Diamond sort of hinted before that some of the changes that might be happening going forward in some of the coaching staff. But he's always sang the coaching staff's praises as well. So it's Red Bull stamping what they want to have. And Steve Diamond, he is a character. I think he's larger than life at times. He carried a bit of baggage from brushes with authority, but hugely popular with the fans and I think with the players as well, who had a lot of time for him and bought into what he was trying to do with the club with very limited resources. The fact he won 2 games last season, I think in some respects, is remarkable with what he had to work with. And it is a huge shock. But I guess, as I said, Red Bull are looking at stamping their own particular mark on the direction of travel that they want Newcastle Red Bulls to have going forward.
Well, that would indeed seem to be the case. So that's Dean Gray, a rugby union commentator, talking about Steve Diamond in particular. Here are his thoughts on the 3 or 4, but 3 for the moment, new people coming in to Newcastle Red Bulls.
These people they've brought on board are pretty high-profile people. There's no doubt about that. They've got a management structure now. They've got a rugby operations sort of director, sporting general manager in Neil McElroy. His pedigree is pretty impressive. Sporting director at Catalans Dragons and general manager at ASM Clermont. Alan Dickens is stepping up to be head coach. We know about that. Alan Dickens being around the Falcons for a season or so now. Previously, I think, with Leicester. John Fletcher we know about. Former director of rugby, of course, at Newcastle Falcons, now with the SRU, and previously with England under 18. So he knows his way around the Falcons, former Falcons player as well. So the academy side and the talent that's going to come through, they've appointed somebody they feel will really push that forward. And I suppose the biggest role is Johnny Petrie, in some respects, coming in as managing director. Who's going to do an awful lot of the off-field stuff. And he's the CEO, Chief Executive Officer previously with Ulster Rugby and Edinburgh Rugby. And I suspect from that you might know Steve Diamond as well from his time up at Edinburgh. So that's an interesting one. So it's a sort of bigger management team with an overarching structure both on and off the field that they've brought in. I'm not surprised they did in some respects. I'm surprised Steve Diamond's gone. And I'm just really surprised at the timing, bearing in mind that Steve Diamond's not been at the club very long in the first place. He inherited it with a set of players that were, many of them were looking at moving on, the best players, and that's what's happened. And he's brought in the new recruits since the Red Bulls deal was struck. They've been largely his recommendations that have come on board, and they've largely come because many of them have worked with Steve Diamond in the past. So that's why I'm surprised that this has happened in terms of the timing. We're 2 games into the season. There's 1 game won in the at home, first game of the season against Harlequins in the Premier Rugby Cup, as it's now called, and a little bit of a battering against a very strong Saracen side on Friday gone. But really, really early in the season to be making such a big change. So, yeah, I am very surprised, a little disappointed as well, but we'll have to see how this pans out.
It is the evolution of Newcastle Red Bulls. That's Dean Gray there, a rugby union commentator. Since we spoke to Dean as well, actually been confirmed that the Scotland head coach Gregor Townsend is set to advise Newcastle on strategy and philosophy after taking on a part-time role with Red Bull. In theory, what he's doing is spending 30 days a year working on Red Bull's global rugby strategy. But the thing is, they've only got 1 rugby club at the moment, so he is effectively part of that Scottish takeover of Newcastle Red Bull off-field operations. But Newcastle United have been the ones that we have focused on tonight. A very convincing 4-0 victory for them away in Brussels against Union Saint-Gilloise tonight, their first Champions League victory of the season. TalkSport is back at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Ilanga, space for the cross. It's a good one, but Voltemada just couldn't get there. Tonali, follow up, it's in. Sandro Tonali, it took a big deflection. Ilanga, space for the cross. It's a good one, but Voltemada just couldn't get there. Tonali, follow up, it's in. Sandro Tonali, it took a big deflection. The referee's whistle has been blown, and Anthony Gordon scores for the second time tonight. Goes into the same corner, the bottom right. This time Sherpen went the correct way, but he couldn't get near it. It's Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 3. Osula could roll in Barnes. He does. Harvey Barnes with a big opportunity, which he takes. And the substitute extends Newcastle's lead. Harvey Barnes is always good for a goal.
Total Sport North East. BBC Radio Newcastle.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At
at 8 with the BBC News. I'm Cameron Ward. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley has apologised for what he calls reprehensible behaviour inside his force, which has been exposed by a BBC Panorama investigation. Undercover filming at Charing Cross Police Station in central London reveals evidence of racism, misogyny and officers revelling in violence. Sir Mark, who took over the Met 3 years ago, pledging to restore trust and confidence in the force, says police officers who act in appalling ways will be put on a fast track to dismissal.
The Panorama material is horrific. It shows a corrupt group of officers engaging in misogynistic, racist, bragging about use of force, utterly contemptible behaviour that shows a disrespect for the people of London.
Panorama is on BBC One at 9 tonight and available now on BBC iPlayer. A former NHS gynaecologist's risky practices and shortcuts contributed to women suffering severe physical harm, a report into his care has found. Daniel Hay worked as an obstetrician and gynaecologist at Derby Hospital before retiring in 2020. Karen Reynolds, a partner in the clinical negligence team at Free Solicitors, says the report clearly states there were opportunities to deal with difficulties Mr. Hay was having making decisions about surgery.
There was no proper appraisals, no assessment of how he was doing. Theatre staff were expressing concerns, that wasn't responded to. There was multiple opportunities to stop this and to stop patients being harmed.
The Royal Derby Hospital has apologised to women impacted by the failings. It's been a month since Jaguar Land Rover shut down their sites across the UK after a cyber attack forced the car maker to suspend operations. The government says it's giving a loan worth £1.5 billion to help smaller firms who supply to JLR and protect jobs. Cabinet Minister Pat McFadden says they've supported the manufacturer throughout.
We've been in touch with JLR since day one of the cyber attack, offered help through the National Cyber Security Centre. We've stepped in with the loan guarantee announced the other day to support principally the supply chain, really.
JLR says it expects to resume production in the next few days. The British zoologist and animal rights campaigner Dame Jane Goodall has died in the United States at the age of 91. She spent 60 years studying the social and family interactions of wild chimpanzees and is considered the world's foremost expert on the animals. A 15-year-old cook who aspires to become a well-known head chef has released his debut cookbook. William Waters, otherwise known on Instagram as William the Mini Chef, has already performed at food festivals around the southwest of England. He has a rare heart condition and is donating £1 to Gloucester-based charity Heart Heroes for every copy of his book sold. And 3 English clubs are playing in the Champions League tonight. In an early kick-off, Newcastle beat Belgian side Union Saint-Gilloise 4-0, and Arsenal host Olympiacos Man City away in Monaco. Those have just kicked off. It's 3 minutes past 8.
The sound. The sound of the North East.